Okay. We're gonna hope for the best today, cause my streams have been quite scuffed the last little while, and it's been a time. But if you're looking forward to scuff where you don't mind scuff, then welcome. Do I have this the way I want it? I think so. Okay. Yeah, looks like we're good. So I just need to load from where we left off, because I know that basically what happened was we sent that text with the winning numbers for the lotto, and then as soon as it's sent to the past, then everything changed and I don't share the same memories as everyone again. So yeah, that's weird. Weird timey-wimey stuff is happening again. But yes, hi, my name's Micah. Welcome to my stream. Welcome to my section of the internet where all we experience here is chaos and nothing but chaos. So, welcome to the chaos. The front door opens slowly, and Lukako sticks his head inside. Ah, it's Luka-kun! Welcome! Pardon the sudden intrusion. Lukako bows his head apologetically. Mayuri, Kurisu, and Daru go into welcome mode. Moeka keeps staring at her phone. But I'm not in any condition to greet Lukako. I can't stop sweating, and it's not because of the heat. I don't know what's going on anymore. Questions keep spinning around in my head. Did you decide to wear one of my Yushi's costumes? That would make me happy. No, that's not why I came. Lukako looks at me apologetically, like he wants to say something. What is it? I reply mechanically. My mind is still blank. Actually, Okabe-san, Kyomo-san, there's something I need to apologize for. What could he have to apologize for? Timidly, Lukako holds out his hand, and there, between his fingers, is a Lotto 6 ticket, and the numbers are the same as the ones in my D-mail. I grab Lukako by his slender wrist. Where did you get this? That hurts. Don't pick on Luka-kun! Mayuri gets between us. I let go reluctantly. What's wrong with you, Okabe? You're acting weird. Is the heat getting to him? Sorry, Lukako, but I need to know. Where did you get that Lotto 6 ticket? You told me the numbers. I did? Lukako nods with teary eyes. You told me to buy them because they might win. Really? When was that? A week ago. Damn you, past me! What were you thinking? This wasn't supposed to happen. However, the past certainly has changed. Or has it? It seems like it has, but at the same time, the present seems to have changed too. Wait, did Lukashi win the Lotto 6? Wow, Okarin's a psychic! Don't tell me, you sent the winning numbers with the phone wave? Her question makes no sense. Why are you asking me that? You saw me send them. I did? What are you talking about? Disconnect. Our stories don't match. I sent the winning numbers in a D-mail just now. We discussed it and decided that's what we would do. You all watched it happen. Then the past changed. It actually changed. I glance at the phone wave, name subject to change. There's no denying it now. That grotesque appliance, the bastard child of microwave and cell phone, actually changed the past. Oh, there we go. We have the power of a god, though I still don't know why everyone else forgot about it. Hold on, Lukashi. How much did you win? 700,000, right? Third place. I answer with conviction. However... Lukako begins fidgeting. Something strange about his behavior. I'm really sorry, Kyoma-san. Even though you told me exactly what to do, I... filled one of the numbers in wrong. Huh? He what? I stare at the numbers on the ticket in Lukako's trembling hands. If that 18 had been a 19, then it would have been 3rd place, just like Kyomo-san said. No, so close, and yet so far. I'm pretty sure I sent it with a 19. I'll know if I check my phone's send history. I take out my phone and bring up the send history. Huh? It's gone? Why? The D-mail I sent has vanished from my send history, just like everyone's memories. The D-mail should be there, but it's not. Almost as if it never existed in the first place. What the fuck? What the fuck? Timey-wimey shit that don't make sense. What's going on? I ignore the worried stares of my lab mems and head outside for some fresh air. I need to calm down and figure this out. The ticket Lukako bought turned out to be 4th place. The prize is just 5,000 yen. Hey there, Okabe Rintaro. But you're with the bike again. We just saw you with the bike. Last time we just saw you with the bike. So we're back with the bike? Suzuha calls out to me. She's still polishing her bicycle. Or wait, was she already doing it before? Crap, I can't remember. Tanoji Nae is squatting next to her, watching her work with great interest. 2 questions come to mind. 1. How long has she been polishing that thing? 2. Just how much free time does the Braun Tube workshop have? You look like you've been brainwashed. You okay? Brainwashed? Me? Well, there's nobody else here. I suppose you're right. Which part? Being brainwashed, or nobody else being here? Being brainwashed. You were? Suzuha suddenly steps up to me and grabs my face. Then she forces my eyes open with her index finger and thumb. Whoa, what are you doing? Don't move. Suzuha peers into my eye with a serious expression, but a second later she lets go and steps back. You're okay. You haven't been brainwashed. What? When you're brainwashed, they usually put a chip on the inside of your lower eyelid. A chip? Immediately after saying that, Suzuha gasps and covers her mouth. Then she puts her hand on my shoulder and gives me an embarrassed smile. Okabe Rintaro, please keep that confidential. Don't tell me, is she? So you've been captured by the organization before, just like me. Huh? The organization? Are you talking about CERN? No, say no more. I understand your pain all too well. You do? The organization's secret brainwashing facility known as Apocalypse of Galliant. That place is a living hell. I don't want to revive any suppressed memories. Right. I don't think it was called Apoca whatever, though. But it certainly was a living hell. I can tell you'll make a good comrade, part-time warrior. The day of Ragnarok is near. Cool. Suzuha lifts her hand in a half-hearted gesture of enthusiasm. Okay. Theory time. Do not tell me if I am right or wrong, because I don't want spoilers. But I have theories, okay? I think Suzuha is a time traveler. I think she's from the future and she somehow ended up in the past. And she has something to do with CERN somehow. I don't know exactly what, though. But I think she's from the future and she came back to the past and has something to do with CERN. That's my theory. Suzuha, what's brainwashing? Or brainwatching? Nae asks as she tugs on the hem of Suzuha's clothes. I, Hoen Kyoma, shall be the one to answer that. No, that's okay. Nae hides behind Suzuha. Looks like Nae is afraid of you, Okabe Rintaro. You do well to fear me, Sister Braun, but you should also pay me respect, for I am the world's most infamous mad scientist. You're infamous? Indeed, world leaders would kill to get their hands on my genius brain cells. Wow. Still clinging to Suzuha's waist, Nae opens her eyes even wider and gasps in admiration. That's how people talk when they've been brainwashed, Nae. Nonsense, part-time warrior. My brain has not been washed since the day I was born. Are you a liar, Mr. Okarin? Don't call me that. You shouldn't yell at children. Look, she's shaking. But Mister makes me sound old. I'm not even old enough to drink yet. What a disgrace. No, there's no point getting angry at a child. I need to show composure as an adult. You're even more of a perv than Okabe. I'm not using san for you anymore. I'm not a perv. I'm a pervy gentleman. What does that even mean? Hey, guys, do you think Okurin's okay? I can hear voices from the second story window, and since we can hear them clearly from here... Suzuha starts chuckling. You heard everything, didn't you? Sorry, I didn't mean to eavesdrop, but I just couldn't help it. Did you hear about the time machine, too? Oh, yeah, I heard. Way to go, you! She strikes my upper arm in what I assume is a gesture of encouragement. What is way to go you supposed to mean? You haven't told anyone, have you? If I can't trust you to keep silent, I'll have to take extreme... I won't say a thing, I swear. Your secret's safe with me. Great. There's just one thing I'd like to ask. Did you see some kind of electrical discharge on the second floor just now? Electrical discharge? You mean like yesterday's rumbling? I nod. It happened once before. You're lucky the boss wasn't around. It shook. It was scary. I ignored the little girl's honest impression. Just now, about a minute ago, it should have happened again. Oh, really? I didn't see the second time. Suzuha tilts her head quizzically, then turns back to her bicycle. Maybe I was too preoccupied polishing my baby. Did you see it, Nai? Nope. Sister Braun frantically shakes her head. You didn't see the second one? I didn't see it. Disappointment spreads through me. What does this mean? Events I remember happening... didn't. The fact that I sent a D-mail, the fact that we argued over what to send, but Karisu herself remembers that I called her Caleb Sev or Celeb Sev during that argument. Right after sending the D-mail, I was hit by a feeling of vertigo. That's probably related somehow. Did something happen? How much do you know about time travel? What do you mean by that? Suzuha seems slightly suspicious. So I explained to her what happened just now. Nai probably won't understand a word of it, so I don't think it'll be necessary to silence her. I don't believe it. Suzuha's dumbfounded after hearing my explanation. I've never heard of anything like that. Is it true? Are you telling the truth? Of course. We've created a bona fide time machine and we were able to change the past. Nobody can deny our accomplishments. That's right. Nobody. Geez, that's not what I meant. Suzuha grabs at her own hair in frustration, but then her expression turns thoughtful. I don't know if what you're saying is true or not, but... She suddenly lowers her voice. I think you should try asking John Titor. John Titor? I mean, he's a hot topic now, isn't he? A time traveler from the future. He might know something, since you're both time travelers and all. I see. You could be right. No, there's no doubt about it. The undoing of past events could possibly be explained through the many worlds interpretation that Titor talked about. And come to think of it, it was Titor's advice that led me to the IBN 5100. He should be able to give me a hint this time, too. I quickly take out my phone. It's me, John Titor, Oh, he's doing the thing where he talks to himself again. It's me. John Titor may have come from the future to guide me. Yeah, that's right. His arrival here in 2010 must be the choice of Steins Gate. Elsai Kongru. Who is he talking to? Dunno. Who could it be? Maybe it's someone from the future. From the future? Do you want to know who I'm talking to, Sister Braun? No, Naya shakes her head rapidly. She looks scared. I respond with the weary expression of a mad scientist who has seen everything and lost much. Good. Even if you are interested, never ask. I could tell you, but then I'd have to silence you, and I don't want to have to do that to an innocent girl. Come on, stop scaring her. She's just a little girl. I assume Naya is frightened because of the aura of danger that follows me everywhere. Yeah, totally not because you're some fucking weirdo. She's right to be. I'll get in touch with Titor immediately. Your advice is appreciated, part-time warrior. Was I useful? That's great. Part-time warrior's eyes pop open mid-sentence. Oh crap, the boss is back! The boss is back! I follow Suzuha's glance to see a moped headed this way. Judging by the sheer size of the driver, it must be Mr. Braun. Nai, if manager asks, tell him I was doing my job. Okay, but you have to let me ride your bike, okay? Okay, okay. Good luck, Okabe Rintaro. I'm rooting for you. Suzuha pats me on the shoulder and rushes into the workshop. Nai and I are left in front of the store. The driver stops the moped and takes off his full-face helmet, revealing Mr. Braun. Welcome back, Daddy! Nai, what did this nutjob do to you? Manager leaps from his moped and interposes himself between me and his daughter. His eyes are bloodshot. My spine freezes. What a powerful aura of malice. You son of a... How dare you make moves on my precious daughter? I'll kill ya! Well, wait! I haven't done anything! Then why were you talking with Nai alone, huh? We weren't alone. Suzuha was here too. That girl was skipping work to polish her bicycle. Please forgive me, Suzuha. My life is too precious. Is that true, Nai? She promised she'd let me ride her bike, so I gotta say she wasn't skipping. Sister Braun ends up betraying Suzuha too. The manager breathes a heavy sigh. Skipping's the only thing she's good at, isn't it? Worthless part-timer. It's true I've never seen her actually do work. Anyway, shouldn't you apologize for making false accusations? What? Hell no. Stubborn old man. He thinks he owns the place just because he owns the place. I mean, what? Understand? I won't let you off easy next time you make moves on my daughter. I wouldn't do something so suicidal. Mr. Braun nods in satisfaction. Nai, I bought some cream puffs, so let's eat them together. Okay. He parks his moped next to Part-Time Warrior's bicycle, then enters the store hand in hand with his daughter. Cream puffs? You can't get any more out of a character than that. Is this what having kids does to a man? Hey, part-timer, I know you were slacking off. Hey! And why is the 42-inch on? I thought I told you to turn it off. I'm sorry! I leave Suzuha to her fate and return to the lab. I need to get in touch with Titor as quickly as possible. He might be able to give me the answers I seek. He might even be able to explain the event that I witnessed a few days ago, the instantaneous disappearance of everyone on the streets of Akiba. When I burst into the lab, everyone looks at me with concerned expressions. Mayuri starts to speak, presumably to console me, but I put my hand up to stop her. Wait! We'll talk when everything's over. I explain that we can't experiment anymore now that Mr. Braun is back, then I dismiss everyone for today. I'll buy more bananas tomorrow, okay? Mayuri picks her Upa plush toy off the sofa and hands it to me. So for now, hug this little guy super tight and cheer up, okay? Looks like she's worried about me, but she shouldn't be. It's my job to worry about her. She has work after this, so she leaves. Daru goes with her, probably to see Ferris. Before he leaves, Lukuko apologizes again for messing up the Lotto 6 ticket. He knows about the time machine now. Next time I see him, I'll make him a lab mem to secure his silence. Moeka leaves with nothing more than a tiny bow. In less than 30 minutes, Karisu and I are the only ones left in the lab. And I'm receiving mail. Why? I want to hear more about time machines next time, okay? It's a promise. See you! Okay. Hey, assistant, you're not going back to your hotel? Is there a problem? No, no problem. I was just wondering what you were still doing here. Nothing. I just wanted to think for a bit. Can't you think at your hotel? What, you're kicking me out? I get it. You'd be lonely in your hotel room, but you have no friends, so you want me, the great Hoenn Kyoma, to look after you. Isn't that right, you spoiled celeb Sev? You're the lonely one, aren't you? You've been acting gloomy all day. Do you need some advice? I'm an outsider in a sense, so it should be easier to talk to me, right? A man getting advice from a younger woman is kind of... But if you're fine with that, then just ask away. Why does she have to be such a smartass? She even has a mocking grin on her face. I need to send some emails. If you insist on staying here, then be quiet and stay out of my way. Okay, zombie? Of all your stupid names, that one's the worst. Despite her complaint, Kurisu makes no move to leave. She sits down on the sofa and starts reading a massive technical book. On closer inspection, I realize it's in English. Maybe my assistant isn't a genius, but just an extreme studier. Want some coffee? Sure. I make some instant coffee for Kurisu. I take a fresh Dr. P out of the refrigerator for myself and sit down in front of the computer. Alright, let's do what needs to be done. I only hope this doesn't get undone, too. My plan is to follow Suzuha's advice. Get in touch with Titor. After all, what I'm experiencing right now could have something to do with the many worlds interpretation, which would mean that the Kurisu sitting over there isn't the same Kurisu with whom I discussed the Lotto 6, and it would mean that this lab isn't the lab where we discussed it. How can that be? What's wrong with you? Stop fidgeting. Kurisu glares at me coldly. Damn it, she's looking at me like I'm a perv again. I keep telling her I'm not a perv. I'm Hoenn Killma. Anyway, why am I the only one who remembers what happened? That's another question I'll ask John Titor. I don't know if he's a real-time traveler, but he did help with the IBN 5100, so I'm inclined to trust him. But what should I write? Should I tell him everything? In any case, worrying about it won't solve anything. Enough stalling. I take out my phone. Question. Thanks for the intel on the IBN 5100. The code is from CERN's database. In other news, I've successfully built a machine... Oh god. Oh god. In other news, I've successfully built a machine that sends emails to the past. When we change the past by sending an email, does that change the world line? I noticed some events were undone. Does that mean the world line changed? You said the many worlds interpretation is correct, but I'd like to hear the proof, if you don't mind. I sigh and chug my soda. Now to wait for his reply. I check the @channel thread just to make sure, but Titor hasn't posted recently. That was a pretty heavy sigh. Kurisu says without lifting her eyes from her book. Maybe I should tell her about how that D-mail changed the past, and about how she seems to have lost her memories about it. Why am I considering talking to Kurisu? Because I don't think Mayuri or Daru would understand this problem. Kurisu, on the other hand, might be able to form a hypothesis. That's what I hope. Just then, my phone rings. Is it Titor? Titor's calling me? Startled, I look at my phone's display. It's Daru. I click my tongue in disappointment. Don't scare me like that. Christina, there's something I want to talk to you about. Hello? Ocarin, I've made a terrible mistake. Mistake? Is it about the phone wave names subject to change? Is it related to the phenomenon I experienced earlier? I gulp. I know it's pathetic for a mad scientist to show anxiety, but I can't help it. I lick my dry lips and wait for Daru to speak. Actually, I left my wallet at the lab. What? I can't go to May Queen like this. Can you bring me my wallet? I'll buy you a drink. Go jump in the river! I shout and hang up. Damn it, I got stressed for nothing. But right afterward, my phone rings again. Tch, persistent little. It's only a 3-minute walk from the lab to May Queen. Come get it yourself. Yeah? I'm not delivering your wallet, okay? Titsuru! Ocarin! Ocarin! Oh, it's you. You're with Daru, right? You don't have to lend that dumbass any money, okay? Okay. So, Ocarin, I was wondering if you cheered up. Did you hug Upa like I said? No, I'm a mad scientist full of madness and ambition. That's good. You know, if you're worried about anything, talk to Mayushi, okay? Mayushi doesn't understand hard things, but she does understand Ocarin. You understand me? Sure, we've been together since we were little, after all. I'm hanging up. Work hard now. Thanks. Bye. Spoiler alert, you're playing a game. Yeah. Yeah. I am indeed playing a game. Hopefully you're doing well. Oh yeah, definitely streaming. Sup? I have only recently learned that the phone is something that seems to like influence things in the game a little bit. Like if I pick it up or don't pick it up. So I don't know if there's anything else I can influence besides that. It was such a huge pain in the ass, so I basically just like took the lid off, unplugged it, and just left it, and then I'll deal with it after. Or Carson can deal with it later, I don't know. Cause yeah, it was just, I couldn't get it so that like the spout thing was properly secured in the bottom again. So I was just like, ah, screw it. They can just drink out of it like a normal bowl, I don't care. Thanks, bye! She thinks she knows me. Okame, you're grinning. Nonsense, Celeb Sev. Don't call me Celeb Sev. I was going to tell Kurisu the truth, but now I've changed my mind. The mad scientist Hoenn Kyoma would never grin at the words of a mere hostage like Mayuri. Okay, so now I'm not even gonna talk to her because I answered the phone. So if I would have just not answered the phone, I probably would have talked to her. What the heck? Oh, hey, Jera. Sup? Everyone's showing up all of a sudden. Thanks. Maybe I should have just not answered the phone. Ah, there's so many things that I don't know. Ah, whatever, I'll figure it out. You look like a girl in love waiting for an email from her boyfriend. She sure likes to attack me for every little thing. Are you really that desperate for attention? Just getting revenge. You're always making fun of me, so I deserve at least this much. Despite what you may think, I actually respect you. That's rich. You don't even say my name right. I'm sorry about that. Kurisu lifts her face and stares at me in shock. Well, that's unexpected. You actually apologized. I do apologize, but I can't help it. For my brain has recorded you as my assistant Christina, and I cannot correct it. I'm gonna crack your skull open and stick electrodes in your hippocampus. That sounds terrifying. Right after that silly exchange, John Titor's mail arrives. Oh, and Mayuri emailed me earlier? Greetings, Kyoma. Can you tell me exactly how you changed the past? I'd like to verify that what you said is true. Details. Oh god. We sent an email today. It was sent to arrive last Tuesday, 170 hours ago. Its contents were the... Oh god. Oh god, he's typing so fast. Are you sure you're also not a shining finger like the other chick? God. Okay. We sent an email today. It was set to arrive last Tuesday, 170 hours ago. It contained the winning numbers for the third place prize of the last night's Lotto 6 drawing. The moment we sent the email, my associates who had helped plan the experiment and watched me send it instantly forgot that any of that had happened. When I checked, I found that the email had vanished from my phone's send history. I know for a fact that it arrived in the past as my friend bought a Lotto 6 ticket based on information I had apparently given him. He got one of the numbers wrong, but otherwise it was an exact match. Who are you talking to? John Titor. Huh? No way. He's open to discussion as long as you're not trying to troll him, and his mail address is public. This is the second time we've exchanged mails. No wonder you keep referencing Titor's posts. You believe him, don't you? Not entirely, but there are several points in his story I do agree with. Really? I can't see it as anything but fiction. Oh god. Hold on. It's very interesting. From the events you described, it sounds like you did indeed change the past. I suspect that the email you sent changed Divergence, if only a little. Bravo! The instant your email arrived in the past, you shifted from your original world line to an ever so slightly different world line. On this world line, you received an email from the future containing the Lotto 6 numbers. You told your friend the numbers, perhaps because you didn't quite trust the email, but your friend got a number wrong when he purchased the ticket. The original email likely disappeared from your send history when the world line changed. All of this makes sense. The one thing I don't understand is how you kept your memories of the previous world line. Just so we're clear, you are telling the truth, yes? I mean, I don't know why he wouldn't tell the truth, honestly. It's not exactly in his best interest. Yes, I still have my memories from before the past was changed. That's the truth. By the way, this is actually the second time this has happened. You traveled 26 years into your past. Haven't you experienced something similar? Also, what effect do you think my intentional manipulation of the timeline might have? I've confirmed that divergence is currently 0.571015%. I cannot tell what the value was before you changed the past. This is because I, like your friends, have no memories of the world line before you changed the past. In the case of physical time travel, memories are retained even if the world line changes. That's been proven by my own experience, but in the case of an email like the one you sent, the time traveler changes the past without actually traveling through time. A situation that scientists in my time never even considered. It wasn't necessary, since the invention of the time machine in 2034 gave us a means of physical time travel, so I'm afraid that I have no idea how to explain the phenomenon you've been experiencing. Okay. How exactly do you measure divergence? Where do those numbers come from? Strictly speaking, I was not being entirely accurate when I wrote that the Everett Wheeler model is accepted in my time. The first functional time machine was completed in 2034. In the 2 years following that breakthrough, our understanding of the universe's structure grew dramatically. In 2036, scientists proved that the universe is comprised of attractor fields, which describe the extent of world-line convergence. This theory was first proposed in 2020. Okay. Sorry, I forgot to answer your question. I have a meter that measures divergence. A reading of 0% divergence corresponds to the world line I originally came from. In other words, it's a subjective, not absolute measurement. This total can only indicate the current divergence. Okay. Please explain these attractor fields. How do they affect world lines? Put simply, attractor fields are the focal points of world-line convergence. Their existence is responsible for phenomena previously known as fate and chance. There's no real point making small changes to a world line. Due to convergence, small changes do not have a lasting influence. Humans who can observe convergence are exceedingly rare. I haven't met anyone with that ability myself, so I'm unqualified to give you an accurate appraisal, but you, Kyoma, might be one such individual. You might have the power to observe convergence. You might be the one who can guide us to a world line beyond 1% divergence across the wall that divides attractor fields. What? That was a lot of big science-y words. The tone of Titor's mail has suddenly changed. He thinks I have some kind of power? First, I feel a sense of pride. Next comes apprehension. Could this be a trap? In the first place, I can't confirm if this is the real John Titor, and I don't even know if the John Titor from 2000 was really a time traveler. If Titor's worldline theory holds, then that could explain the supernatural events I've experienced. But this last statement is pretty hard to swallow. As soon as I begin to doubt, all of his words start to smell like lies. That stuff about the IBN 5100 might have been a lie too. That mysterious program code could be just a simple bug. Now that he claims I have special powers, he's starting to sound like some new age con artist. And besides, I don't need Titor to tell me that. Wahahaha! Krisu jerks at the sound of my laughter. Don't just start laughing like that, it's creepy. But I must, he says I have powers! Isn't that rich? You don't have to tell me what I already know, John Titor. I snap my eyes open wide. I raise my phone high to the heavens. My true power is the magic eye, reading Steiner. Sounds to me like you've got a bad case of Chunibyo. That's because he does. He really, really does. Eh? I want to look at the email Mayuri sent. You know, I've been working at Mayqueen for 3 months as of today. The other girls threw me a party. I can't believe I've been a maid for 3 months. Time sure flew by. Oh, but don't worry, Mayushi's still Okurin's hostage full-time. Eh? Krisu hides her face in her book. She pretends to read, but I can see from here that her ears are bright red. How does she know about Chunibyo? Is she an @channeler after all? No, that doesn't matter now. I need to reply to Titor. I mean, I'm pretty sure she's an @channeler at this point, because she has been using terms multiple times now that have given that effect. What is behind the wall, or what is beyond the wall? What will happen when we cross it? If we cross the wall, we will have freedom. If we do not, then the dystopia I came from will be your future. In exchange for providing false peace and joy, your masters will stamp out every last vestige of free will. As I said on @channel, my goal is to change that future, and you may be the one who can make that possible. Okay, now this is getting creepy. Is this some new cult? Or is he really trying to con me here? He's also contradicting himself again. The Titor who appeared in 2000 said he traveled back in time to retrieve technology lost in World War III. Yet this guy's saying he came to prevent the creation of a dystopia ruled by CERN. This guy might be an imposter. I'm fed up, so I quit replying, but just as I'm about to put away my phone... Another mail comes. I open my phone reluctantly while enduring Kurisu's cold glare. And what I read there raises the hairs on the back of my neck. What? Kyoma, I want you to be the Messiah? What is this? Fear? Disgust? I don't know, but something is very wrong. I don't know. What the fuck? Oh. Now we're in chapter 4. Chaos theory homeostasis, I think is what that said. Messiah, in Christianity a title for Jesus Christ. One who brings salvation to mankind. Savior, one who rescues others from peril. Salvation, deliverance from pain and suffering. From Kojian Dictionary. John Titor is a fraud. I scream at the absurdity. Daru and Krisu give me exasperated stares, but I ignore them. Me, the Messiah? Huh, ludicrous, to think that I would save humanity. I am no Messiah. I am the insane mad scientist Hoenn Kyoma, who has walked through fire and bathed in an ocean of blood to escape the clutches of the organization. My desire is chaos unending. Do you think that destroying the system will bring peace to the world? The answer is no. No, I say. Death to the naive fools who believe such lies. The collapse of authority means that lawless chaos shall reign. Wahahaha! Makiseshi? What the hell happened to Okurin? Beats me. A few hours ago, he was exchanging emails with John Titor, and then he suddenly got quiet. And then he started ranting. He's been like this for half an hour. He's been acting strange all day, don't you think? Agreed. Listen up, lab mems. It's time to resume Operation Erd. Seriously? The manager's still downstairs, you know. Fret not. It's almost closing time for the Bronze Tube workshop. The phone wave doesn't work at night, remember? It's worth a try. We need to figure out how late the phone wave name subject to change works. At the same time, I want to see if the two of you can use D-mails to change the past. Change the past? I still don't believe in the many worlds interpretation or T-Tor's attractor field theory. Actually, I'm starting to doubt them more and more. If we want to know how the world works, we'll have to figure it out ourselves, and to do that, we need to experiment. One thing I'm sure of is that the mass disappearance in Akiba is related to D-mails somehow, as is the strange disconnect between my memories and everyone else's. According to T-Tor, I have a supernatural power, the one I call Reading Steiner. My doubts about T-Tor's veracity aside, I do need to determine if I am indeed the only person who keeps his memories when the past changes. Change the past to your liking, as long as it's something easy to observe. Preparations for the phone wave name subject to change are complete. And... now what? Mayushi won a magazine sweepstakes once. Amazing, huh? You know the hero of Gunbum? Setsuri? I won an autograph from his voice actor. I think Gunbum is supposed to refer to Gundam. Dario's eyes wander to the ceiling in thought. Next to him, Kurisu shrugs her shoulders and starts gathering her things. I'm going back to my hotel. Show me your report on today's experiment tomorrow. Hold it! When I grab her by the shoulder, Kurisu nearly topples over. Hey, what's your problem? Who's writing that report? You, of course. This is your operation. And if we could get a report from the subject too, that would be even better. Kurisu glances at Daru. Are you not interested in changing the past? What happened to your eagerness to experiment? Did you forget what I said this afternoon? I'm against it. But you were so enthusiastic when we began the experiments, you went along without a single complaint. In your dreams, maybe. I twist my lips into a grin. You're not being objective, Christy Celebsev. If you're going to correct yourself, at least get it right. We've already performed one experiment. I changed the past. Hey, no fair. But you were in on it too. But when the past changed, you forgot that it had ever happened. Are you talking about this afternoon? I mean, when you suddenly started asking about the Lotto 6? Exactly. I explained what happened earlier this afternoon. You're not joking, are you? I'm serious. Seriously? One good look at my face and Daru seems to understand I'm not joking. Kurisu, on the other hand, has a sour look, but she's always like that. Why did everyone else lose their memories? Actually, did everyone else lose their memories? In order to find out, I need them to perform the same experiment. Okay, there's one thing about the past I definitely want to change. Daru is quick to adapt, as always. We've known each other for a long time. He trusts me implicitly. Or maybe he's just being faithful to his desires. What, are you going to tell yourself to go on a diet? I wouldn't diet even if future me told me to. Daru tells me he wants to change the events of the Ferris Cup held at May Queen plus Nyan Squared a few days ago. On that day, Daru got insta-killed by Ferris in a Rynet Access Battlers match. You're gonna change the result? I remember every move Ferris-tan made. It'll be easy to take her from behind. Aren't I a genius? Ferris is probably too good for that to work. She'll just counter his counter strategy. Whatever. Daru, prepare to D-mail. Hell yeah, I'll give it my best shot. Daru hunches over and starts typing out the mail, leaving me to input the forwarding address into the phone wave name subject to change. I sit in front of the X68000 and take a look at my watch. It's 6:55 p.m. No way to know if the phone wave name subject to change will operate at this hour. We haven't figured out the exact window yet. So, why do you think you're the only one who remembers? You're awfully persistent. I see why they call you the zombie. I don't follow. Zombies never stop coming. They're persistent. Cut the jokes. I'm serious here. Kurisu's glare is scarier than usual. I might have wet myself a little there. Okay. I think that the key is who receives the D-mail. Only the recipient himself is able to retain his memories. That would be my guess. Actually, that hypothesis doesn't explain the mass disappearance in Akihabara. Of course, I still don't have concrete proof that the mass disappearance incident was related to D-mail. We'll never know unless we experiment. After Daru, you'll send the next D-mail. Think about what you want to write. No. Krisu replies emphatically. I'm not sending one. Scared? That's not it. Then are you worried about time paradoxes? Well, there's that, but it's more like a personal policy. A policy? Changing the past feels like cheating. I may only have 18 years of life experience, but I don't want to change any of those memories. I see. You're perfect now, so you don't want to change. That's not what I said. I don't want to deny who I've been, because even my failures are a part of who I am today. Even if we solved all of the phone wave names subject to change's problems, you wouldn't use it. Even if John Titor said you could use his time machine to travel to whatever time you wish, you wouldn't use it. Even if a blue robot cat from the future were to jump out of your desk and give you a doorway to everywhere, you wouldn't use it? Krisu nods firmly. I wouldn't. But you love experiments, don't you? Something wrong with that? So basically, you like to experiment on other people while you watch and cackle at the results. You truly are a mad scientist. Why, you... Done. Krisu stalks towards me, but is pushed aside by Daru, who presents his phone with a triumphant grin. I take a look. At Ferris Cup, enemies set up. VLVVLVLL. I don't get it. Me neither. It's how Ferris-tan placed her cards. Can't you tell? You guys are lame. Well, whatever. Preparations are complete. If this works, the mail will arrive at Daru's phone 52 hours ago. The discharge phenomenon occurs normally. I close my eyes to shield them from the lightning and sparks. The D-mail was sent. Daru should have received it 2 days ago. However, why do I remember? When I sent a D-mail earlier this afternoon, everyone else forgot all about it. If Daru's D-mail changed the past, then the present should have changed too. Daru should be the only one who remembers that he sent a D-mail. Did the past change? Daru looks around in confusion. Wait, Daru, you remember too? Huh? Remember what? That you just sent a D-mail. Daru nods. Then I turn to Kurisu. She answers before I ask. Of course I remember. What are you... Oh, I see. According to your hypothesis, you and I shouldn't remember sending the D-mail. Daru, did you beat Ferris in the Ferris Cup? I don't know. You said the winner gets Ferris's home cooking, right? Did you eat it? What happened? I don't know. This sucks. I checked Daru's send history. As expected, the D-mail he just sent isn't there. I do, however, find the D-mail in his inbox. He received it 2 days ago, just like we wanted. This is the same thing that happened when I sent my D-mail. Maybe the past hasn't changed? I'll try calling Mayushi. He's the one who changed the past, yet he doesn't remember what happened after the change? That's odd. Mayushi, you're still at work, right? Is Ferris-tan there? She is? Can you ask her if I beat her in the Ferris Cup? Did I get to eat her home cooking? Who lost? I did? Oh, barely took 5 seconds? Oh, okay. Mayuri-chan's obsessed with this anime called Rynet, so I rented it to see what it was about. I don't usually watch anime, and when I do, I prefer romance, but I found this anime to be pretty deep. Even though it's aimed at children, I was surprised. P.S. I was so engrossed in Rynet, I couldn't do any practice swings with Samidare. I'm sorry. That's okay, bro. Daru's shoulders droop as he hangs up the phone. I guess that means the past hasn't changed. Why? It changed for Okarin, right? Maybe your foolproof English. English is a difficult language. Maybe your foolproof plan wasn't so foolproof. Like maybe it only gave you a slight advantage. I had the same thought. Ferris is supposedly a world-class player. Daru's time travel cheat may not have been enough. Since Ferris-san defeated you anyway, the past didn't change. Yeah, but I mean, the game would have played out differently. That might not be enough to cause world-line divergence. Like Okabe said, you need to make a change that's easier to observe, or else there's no point to this experiment. Not that I approve of this experiment or anything. No, it's not over yet. I can still fight. Daru starts typing another mail. One more time. I'll try sending my past self some more advice. This time something that'll ensure my victory. You really want to win that badly? More like he wants to eat Ferris's home cooking that badly. That's my final answer. Daru writes another D-mail. I don't bother checking what it says. I won't understand anyway. We activate the phone wave, name subject to change, and send the mail through, just like before. Oh? Nothing happens. No discharge. Usually it happens 10 to 20 seconds after pushing the start button. The timer counts down to 0 without incident. Out of time? Looks like it. But my advice was perfect! There's nothing we can do about it. We'll postpone the experiment till tomorrow. I check the clock. It's just past 7 p.m. Looks like that's the cutoff. After I left yesterday, I was thinking, how exactly does the phone wave make time travel possible? It works like the LHC. Didn't you say the LHC was like a giant microwave? If every microwave could turn into the LHC, then Japan would have black holes popping up everywhere. Whoa, that sounds worse than earthquakes. I know it looks like CERN is able to create Kerr black holes willy-nilly, but that's not supposed to be possible. You can't just press a button and make a black hole. Even if you could, the risks would be unthinkable. It's ridiculous to suggest that a household microwave could generate a black hole. Titor's time machine is small enough to fit inside a car, and it makes black holes. Well, that's what he said at least. Now that I'm a little skeptical of Titor, I don't feel like bringing it up. My point is that there has to be something else going on here. Some outside source must be injecting electrons into this microwave. An outside source of electrons. What could that be? Well, I'm going back to my hotel. I've had enough of this filthy man cave. See you tomorrow. Don't forget to write that report. Kurisu flings off her lab coat and hurries out the door. She was serious about the report? Makusei's lab coat. I wonder what it smells like. Please don't. Please don't! As Daru reaches for the lab coat to smell Kurisu's lingering fragrance, I grab him by the neck and pull down hard. Cut that out! If you have time to be perverted, then go think about how to change the past for tomorrow's experiment. Why are they so weird? Focus on if you want 2D or 3D. Don't try both, bro. There wasn't anything to do after Kurisu left. I tried operating the phone wave name subject to change a couple more times before I went to sleep, but the discharge phenomenon simply would not occur. Now it's the next morning, and I'm sitting on the bench in front of the Brontube workshop. It's still early, but it's already blazing hot. Have you written that report yet? For your information, I wasn't joking yesterday. If you blow this off, then you have no right to call yourself a scientist. Maybe this is too much for a freshman like you to understand, but writing papers is part of being a scientist. She ain't wrong. It's as if I'm baking in the sun. Sweat is dripping off my chin. We're supposed to be experimenting today, but not a single lab mem has arrived yet. After waiting impatiently for a while, the first person I see is... Mr. Braun? Okabe, don't you have anything better to do? Good morning, Mr. Okarin. The Tennoji pair come riding in on a moped. How many times do I have to tell you? Call me Kilma. What should I do, Daddy? What nonsense are you trying to feed my daughter? Have you not properly educated her, Mr. Braun? This child of yours refuses to call me by my true name. Please do something about it. Who cares? Don't be so picky. Nae, you don't have to listen to what this guy says, okay? Okay. The manager parks his moped and quickly enters the store. Sister Braun's about to follow him when... She turns her attention toward the end of the street and instantly brightens up. I follow her gaze and see Mayuri walking this way. Good morning, Okarin! Mayuri! Nae runs up to Mayuri with a happy smile. And without breaking stride, she jumps into Mayuri's chest. Good morning, Nae-chan! Good morning! They get along so well that you'd think they were sisters. Mayuri has the ability to get along with anyone, so it's no surprise. Nae avoids me and Daru, but she adores Mayuri and always goes for a flying hug whenever she gets a chance. Daru sometimes complains about that. What a lucky girl. I wish I could jump into Mayushi's chest like that. Of course, of course. No, wait. Maybe it would be better to have Natan, or have Nae-tan jump into my chest? Okay, no, 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 no. His internal debate went on for hours. This is for you, Nae-chan. Enjoy! Mayuri takes some candy out of her convenience store bag and gives it to Nae. Thank you! I have some for Okarin, too. She offers me some, which I silently accept. Why are you sitting out here? I'm waiting for all lab mems to assemble. Are you slacking off? Why, you chipmunk, do you have to be so blunt? One of these days I'll teach you to respect me. Nae-chan? I'm sure Okarin's thinking about important stuff. Oh, wow! Good job, Mayuri. Okarin, it's too early to make Phone Wave-chan sparkle, right? Can I go nuke some yakisoba bread? We removed the door. You can't heat food in it anymore. Oh, right. That makes me sad. By the way, have you had breakfast? Nope. Then let's eat together. We can eat the yakisoba bread cold and then heat up some canned ramen in hot water. Wanna join us, Nae-chan? I'm okay. I ate. Okay. Nae waves and heads back inside the Bronze-tube workshop. Lured by the prospect of canned ramen, I go inside the lab with Mayuri. The stagnant air makes the room hotter than outside. It doesn't improve much even after we open the window and turn on the fan. Daru-kun and Chris-chan are kinda late, huh? Indeed, their lack of dedication is appalling. Just then, the sound of a braking bicycle comes from downstairs. When I look out the window, I see part-time warrior arriving. She immediately notices me, looks up and waves. Sup? Tuturu Suzu-san! If it isn't Shina Mayuri, Tuturu! They seem to have hit it off. Like I said, Mayuri gets along with everyone. Okabe Rintaro, did you talk to Titor? Maybe. I thought I dodged the question, but part-time warrior is persistent. Come on, you emailed him, didn't you? Yes, but I'm starting to doubt whether he can be trusted. What? Why? What went wrong? Why is she so flustered? Oh, so you're a Titor otaku? I guess there's an otaku for everything. Look, it's Chris-chan! Mayuri leans out the window to wave her hand. Kurisu is walking towards the lab. That reminds me, doesn't part-time warrior have something against Kurisu? I look at Suzuha. Her expression has changed dramatically. Now she's staring at Kurisu in complete silence. She doesn't move a muscle. It's like she's trying to start a fight with her glare. Kurisu's pretty stubborn too, so she meets Suzuha glare for glare. The two of them exchange a word or two in front of the building. For a second, I'm worried that they might start throwing punches, but that doesn't happen. Chris-chan, tuturu! Good morning. What did you say to the part-timer downstairs? Kurisu shrugs her shoulders. Nothing much. I told her if she wanted to say something, she should just say it. I don't think that's nothing. She's lucky that didn't lead to blows. What did she say? Nothing. She just groaned. I wonder what's wrong with her. She's jealous of Maki-seishi's popularity, duh. Dario bursts into the lab. She's thinking if only I joined the lab instead of her, then I would be having fun with everyone right now. I'm so jealous, or something like that. I'm telling you, man, 3D is hell. If she wants my lab mem number, she can have it. What? The lab mem number you carry is the highest credential a scientist could hope to achieve. They sell for millions on the black market, but you would give it away? It's not exactly a counterfeit passport. Also, shut up. Mayushi wants everyone to get along. Well, I don't really care about their little quarrel anyway. Only one thing interests me now, the mystery of D-mail. We begin experimenting immediately. Even though it's still morning, the electrical discharge occurs on demand. Things look favorable today. That reminds me, we haven't talked to Mr. Braun yet. Maybe we should come up with an excuse first. To be honest, though, I don't care what he thinks. For we are at war. War against the organization in CERN, the dark powers that rule the world from the shadows. Anzai-sensei, I want to eat Ferris Tan's home cooking. Anzai? What is that referencing? The coach from a famous basketball manga on the internet. Posters sometimes express a desperate desire by quoting the manga like so. Anzai-sensei, I want to blank. Another oft-quoted line, this one spoken by Anzai-sensei, is, if you give up, it's game over. Okay. If you give up, it's game over. Unfortunately, Dario's second D-mail fails to change the past. Akihabara is such a strange town. Everywhere I look, I see drawings of cute girls. Some of them even have their breasts fully exposed, which startled me. Coming here has been a real culture shock. It's amazing how peaceful Japan is now. It wasn't before? Okay. I get the feeling Rhinet matches are difficult to cheat your way out of like this. Not to mention we're limited to 36 bytes of text. Looks like we have to give up on Daru. He's gone to drown his sorrows in the internet. Alright, so who do we experiment on? From the look on Krisu's face, I don't think she's willing to change her policy. That leaves only one candidate. Mayuri, it's time for you to change the past. Eh? Me? Are you sure? But, what should I change? Mayuri looks stumped as she slurps her canned ramen. Oh, I know! I'll make Luka-kun wear one of my costumes. How? By sending Luka-kun a mail! I don't think a simple request is going to change the past. Can't you think of anything easier to change and observe? She slurps more ramen. Let's use that canned ramen. Looks like I'm the only one with ideas. You'll send a D-mail to yourself 1 hour ago. Type, I want to eat canned Odin, or something like that. I don't think that's enough to convince her to... Oh, that might work. Eh? When I went to the vending machine today, I spent 10 minutes wondering if I should get canned Odin or canned ramen. It was really hard. So a little push should be enough to make you choose canned Odin. Alright, let's go with that. Okay, but before we change the past, I gotta finish this ramen first. Mayuri starts shoveling the ramen into her mouth. What happens if you don't finish it? It'll go to waste. Oh, of course. Krisu clearly doesn't know what to say. Mayuri really is a ditz. I'm used to it by now, of course. I get the phone wave name subject to change prepped for D-mail. The content of Mayuri's mail is simple enough. Canned Odin, piping hot and delicious. I just hope it actually works. We wait for Mayuri to finish eating her canned ramen, then activate the phone wave name subject to change. To send it 1 hour back, we input 1 pound. In other words, we set the microwave for only 1 second. I wonder if the discharge phenomenon will occur in such a short span of time. That's something else we'll learn from this experiment. Phone wave name subject to change, activate. Aw, I haven't sent it yet. There wasn't enough time to blink. So 1 second isn't enough for the discharge to occur. That's what I expected, but it's good to have proof. What if you try warming it up beforehand? Warming it up? 1 second isn't enough, right? So just run the microwave for about 30 seconds without sending a mail. As soon as it's done, run it again with the timer set at 1 second. That should cause the discharge, right? Any basis for that? Nope. I mean, why not, I guess? Damn. Mayuri, got anything else? Well, we could change the flavor of rice ball I bought last night. Do you remember what kind of rice ball you ate last night? Smoked tuna. She remembers? Impressive. So let's change that to, fish eggs. Maybe we should find another test subject. Something is telling me we're going to have to look outside the lab. I go for a walk to clear my head. After lunch at King Burger, I grab a coffee at the Starbucks on the first floor of Yodobashi. It's Burger King. Okay, so it's Burger King and then Starbucks. Gosh, these names are so good. I left Mayuri and the others at the lab. I need some time to get my thoughts in order. I recall what happened when I sent myself the Lotto 6 numbers. The moment I sent that D-mail, I felt a strong tremor, and then the world as I knew it changed slightly. The fact that I had sent a D-mail had been undone. I know that because it had disappeared from my send history. However, it was in my inbox. The mail had definitely reached the past. What does this mean? The mail was received but never sent. Isn't that a time paradox? Is that the reason why everyone else lost their memories? Why did that happen? The butterfly effect? That's not an answer. Changing the past changed the world. Titor spoke of divergence. When divergence changes, are people's memories reconstructed to match the new world line? Then how come I remember the previous world line even after the past changes? My deliberations are interrupted by an incoming mail. Shh, I don't have time for this. It's a mail, so I can just reply to it later. I concentrate on my coffee. No! I want to receive the mail! However, all these mails, no doubt about it, it's got to be Kuryu Moeka, the mail demon known as Shining Finger. How can she be so shy in real life and so persistent in email? There's something wrong with that woman. Oh, it is her. I sigh and open my mail reluctantly. Can I send a D-mail too? Please? Moeka. Please reply. I'm a lab mem too, right? Pretty please? Moeka. What? She wants to send a D-mail? That reminds me, yesterday I made Moeka lab mem number 5. That means she's qualified to participate in our experiments. Moeka seems serious, so she might meet my demands. Most importantly, all the other lab mems are completely useless when it comes to D-mails. I still haven't been able to verify whether or not I can keep my memories if someone else changes the past. But wait. I'm worried. Moeka works for an editorial company. In other words, she's related to the media. What if she sends a D-mail and leaks word of the time machine? We'd be flooded in by press. Gone will be the days of lurking in the shadows. My location will be exposed to the organization. Of course, sooner or later we're going to have to announce our findings to the world. But in that case, I'd rather choose a national newspaper or TV network to cover the event rather than some shady magazine. That way it'll spread faster throughout Japan, nay, the world. Either way, something tells me it's better not to go public through Moeka. A lab mem too, aren't I? Moeka. However, Moeka is a lab mem. Yesterday we told her everything about the phone wave name subject to change and D-mails. Moreover, we made her one of us. It was necessary to buy her silence. Realizing that I have no reason to deny Moeka her request, I put my phone to my ear. It's me. Yeah, I have some doubts. What, you can't tell by my voice? You know me too well. So about whether or not I should include Shining Finger in the phone wave name subject to change experiments. What? Nonsense. You want me to offer her as a sacrifice? True, I am prepared to make sacrifices in order to bring chaos to the world, but... No, there's no problem. I shouldn't have hesitated. Pathetic. Maybe I'm not cut out to be a mad scientist. Yeah, you might say her offer was a message. No doubt this too is the choice of Steins Gate. Else I congru. It's decided. I type a reply to Moeka's mail. Indeed you are, lab member number 5. Shining Finger. Report to the lab at once. After sending it off, I hurry back to the lab. When I get back to the lab, Moeka is squatting at the bottom of the staircase. Since she's not sitting on the bench, I guess that crouching while holding her knees is this particular woman's favorite position. She's staring at her phone like usual. Once she notices me approaching, she slowly stands up. But she doesn't look at me. Thank you. For what? Oh god. Here we go again. I know it's selfish, but I really need to send a D-mail, Moeka. I don't think you're selfish. In fact, I'm grateful for your offer. Okay, well. Before we get to that, I need to get a drink of water, stand up, and move around a little bit. So, I suggest you all do the same. Have a bathroom break, whatever the thing you gotta do is. And, we'll be back shortly, okay? Alright. Okay. Got more water. Get myself settled in here. Once we enter the lab, I get all the lab mems to stop what they're doing and then tell them about Moeka's situation. I think it's a good idea. Moeka-san is a lab mem too. Daru and Kurisu don't object either. So what sort of mail does Kuryushi plan to send? My request is that its contents be simple and easy to measure so that we can confirm whether or not the past changes. A new mail. I'm sorry, there's one more thing. I want to keep my message secret, Moeka. Why does she have to explain every little thing with a mail? No, more importantly, a secret? What do you mean? What's going on? It's private. It would be embarrassing if anyone knew, Moeka. No, that's not the problem. Kurisu peeks at my phone from beside me. I see. I understand how you feel, but since this is an experiment, data collection should take priority. Oh, we agree for once, assistant. It's not agreeing with you exactly. If we don't collect data, then we'll never figure out how the phone wave works. But girls have lots of secrets, you know? You shouldn't ask her to tell her secrets, Okarin. That's perverted. Whoa, is that where you're going with this? Calm down, Daru. I turn to Mayuri and Moeka, who appear to have formed some kind of mainstream girl alliance. We're not asking you to send something private. Kurisu nods firmly at my words. Looks like she doesn't intend to join the mainstream girl alliance. Even if you want to send something private, you shouldn't for now. We still don't know how this thing handles paradoxes, so we need to be extremely careful. Nothing private? Nothing you want to keep secret, at least. Even if you mean well, the mail's content might have a serious effect on the timeline. You shouldn't show your mail to a third party and have them check, or you should show your mail to a third party and have them check if the content is problematic or not. Indeed, my assistant said everything I wanted to say. I will add only that the experiment must go on. I wasn't speaking for you, don't misunderstand. Cheeky little. Experiments prioritize data over privacy in the first place. If you're going to be a test subject, you need to be prepared for that. Don't tell me that's the reason Kurisu won't send a D-mail herself. Really? Mayushi wasn't prepared for that. I'm sorry, Chris-chan. You don't have to apologize. I'm not criticizing you. It's just how these things work. I imagine some people might take issue with that statement, but I'll refrain from saying anything. I'd rather not get my head chewed off right now. Moeka's expression doesn't change. Same as always. I don't know what she's thinking. You're a lab mem. You need to trust us. Save private information for another day. If you can't, then I'll be forced to show you what lies dormant inside of the great Hoenn Kyoma, the terrible power of insanity. Moeka is already typing on her phone. My threat was ineffectual, it seems. Can I see the D-mails you've sent so far? I want to use them as a reference, Moeka. Well, I can show you my arrival history. And the send history? Don't have one. The send history disappears after you send the email. I confirmed that after I sent that D-mail yesterday. Moeka was there, but she doesn't remember either. I don't need to see the history, and I'll show you the message before I send it. Is that okay, Moeka? Looks like she understands. I show the mail to Kurisu, too. You don't have to if you don't want to, Moeka-san. Is that supposed to be encouragement? Mayuri sounds concerned for some reason. So what you gonna send? Okarin wants us to change the past in an easy-to-measure way, but that's setting the bar way too high. Nonsense, you're all just aiming too low. I have an idea, Moeka murmurs. Oh, this could be good. Give us the details. Moeka then invokes her power once more. Ultra-fast typing, the power known as Shining Finger. Alright, 4 days ago I bought a new phone, but now that I've tried it, I think I should have stayed with the old one, so I want to use a D-mail to tell myself not to buy a new phone. If we do that, the phone I'm holding will change, won't it? Moeka. Excellent, Shining Finger! You're a model lab mem! This should make it easy to tell whether the past has changed. Looks like the 3 useless members have no objections to Moeka's superior idea. He's so brutal. We look at Moeka's phone. It's purple and gaudy. There's no strap, and it's not like the deco phones popular among mainstream women nowadays. The fuck is a deco phone? A cell phone with decorations on it, primarily popular among young women. Swarovskis or rhinestones can be pasted on the phone's surface for decoration. Oh, excuse me. Oh, okay. Oh, that's the GG01 that just came out last month. GG01? The lightest model. Pretty sure the screen is detachable, so you can swap out attachments for it. It's in short supply right now, so you need to be placed on a wait list. Nice job getting one. It's the most popular model, but she wants her old one back? I guess hardcore phone users have other concerns besides fashion. So, Finger. Why do you call Moeka-san Finger? That's the name of her Esper power. Kuryu Moeka. I dub thee Shining Finger. Use this name with pride. Moeka shakes her head expressionlessly. What, you don't like it? But it's such a cool name. What's the problem? Moeka-san is Moeka-san. Her fingers don't shine or anything. Don't feed the trolls, Mayushi. I'm not trolling, just naming her power. Cut the chatter and get started. Damn it, you're just an assistant. Don't boss us around. What if the manager says something? Wah ha ha ha! Don't be afraid of Mr. Braun. If he storms in yelling, I'll kick him to the curb. Seriously, Okarin, you're so cool. That's why we love you. He's just talk. I'll be the adult and ignore Kurisu's insult. Moeka has already written her 36-byte mail. When I look at Moeka to see if she's ready, she nods faintly. We set the timer to 100 seconds. The D-mail should arrive at Moeka's phone 4 days ago, July 31st. Phone wave name subject to change. Activate. About 15 seconds after activation, the discharge phenomenon occurs. I glance at Moeka. She nods grimly, an unusual show of emotion. And then she presses the button. Well, something happened that time. The world twists into unrecognizable shapes. The floor is shaking. Or is it me? My vision blurs and loses color. Gah! The world lurches. I struggle to keep my balance. As I brace myself against further shaking, I try to analyze what I'm experiencing. This is far more intense than what happened when we sent the D-mails yesterday. And yet I felt it before. I remember. This is what I felt right before the mass disappearance phenomenon. The shaking stops. I relax my body and look around. Has the past changed? Of course it has. That bizarre sensation just now was proof. I look around the room. The phone wave name subject to change, which should have about 90 seconds left on the timer, is silent. Daru's here, Mayuri's here, Kurisu's here. Where's Moeka? Where's Shining Finger? Where'd she go? Daru and Kurisu, who are discussing something in front of the X68000, look at me strangely. Again. This feeling of wrongness. It's the same as yesterday. Shining what? Okarin, Japanese, please. I leave the development room and check the lounge, behind the sofa, in the dressing room, the bathroom, and the shower room. I look out the window at the street below, but Moeka is nowhere to be found. She's gone. No way. This is exactly what happened on the streets of Akiba. Why did she disappear? Because I experimented on her? Where did she go? Did I erase her from history? Did I banish her into the space between dimensions? I start quivering in horror at the magnitude of my error. In a daze, I step up to Mayuri, who's eating a banana. I grab her shoulders and shake her. Where's Kiryu Moeka? She was here just now, wasn't she? What? Who? Kiryu Moeka. Daru and Kurisu give me strange looks as well. Aw, thanks. I appreciate it. Have a good day. Who's that? Never heard of her. No way. So I did erase Moeka's existence. No, that can't be. I won't accept that I killed her. Did it happen again, Okabe? What do you mean again? Something like this happened yesterday. You remembered something we didn't. What did you call it? Oh yeah, reading Steiner. Yes, that's the name I gave this phenomenon, or rather to my ability to perceive it. When the world line changes, everyone's memories are reconstructed to match. That's what John Titor said. But somehow, I alone retain my memories even after the past changes. I named this power Reading Steiner. Kurisu remembered. To tell the truth, I just made it up out of thin air. But now that Moeka has disappeared, I want to believe this power is real. It's only their memories of Moeka that disappeared, not Moeka herself. I need to contact Moeka. I need to make sure I didn't erase her very existence. But I don't know her phone number. The only way to contact her is by mail. Reply the second you read this email. I sent her a message saying, reply the second you read this email. Now all I can do is wait for her reply. Please reply. Are you okay? You're really pale. Yeah, I'm fine. In fact, I'm anything but fine. I'm fighting desperately to deny the possibility that I might have erased Moeka from existence. Assistant, how much do you remember about the experiment we just did? I don't remember doing any experiments today. You sent a D-mail just now, didn't you? Yeah. But things are different from yesterday. I didn't send the D-mail. Kiryu Moeka did. And then she vanished into thin air. Which reminds me, when I sent the Lotto 6 mail yesterday, Daru teleported from the development room to the lounge. Moeka might not have disappeared. She probably just teleported somewhere. I hope that's it. In an attempt to calm myself down, I checked my phone's history for the mails Moeka and I exchanged. That's strange. The mails she sent me are there, up until the one I received on July 31st at 12:43. But after that, the dozens of mails I remember receiving from her are gone. The D-mail she sent to cancel the phone model exchange was set to arrive on July 31st. Did a time paradox erase Moeka from existence the instant she received the D-mail? I shiver when I realize that I can't find any problems with that hypothesis. No way. It can't be. I mean, all her D-mails said was don't change phone models. That's harmless, right? But then what caused Moeka to disappear from this room like that? Why does it look like Moeka vanished 4 days ago? Christina, let's say a D-mail caused a time paradox. What would happen? I don't know. No one has experienced a time paradox after all. But before, didn't you say something like the world would disappear? All I said was that that was one theory. Maybe nothing happens, and like in a certain movie, history gets amended to accommodate the paradox. According to Dr. Hawkins' chronology protection conjecture, it's impossible to do anything that might cause a time paradox in the first place. Okay. In quantum mechanics, a theory proposed by Stephen Hawking that states that time travel is impossible. Any attempt to travel through time will be prevented by quantum effects. Successful time travel requires infinite field energy, which is impossible to obtain. In other words, the law of causality and by extension the chronology or timeline of the universe are protected by quantum mechanics. Okay. So all we have are theories. Mayushi doesn't really understand. But we're all fine now, right? I don't think that paradox thing happened. Mayushi doesn't know who Moeka-san is, but I'm sure she's okay too. That's Mayushi for you, a cute, dumb girl. Eh? Mayushi's not dumb. I'm amazed that Mayuri and Daru can have such a carefree conversation despite all that's happened. They don't realize the gravity of the situation. We might have erased someone's very existence. In fact, if Moeka really has vanished, then that means the phone wave named subject to change is also responsible for the mass disappearance phenomenon I witnessed in Akihabara. What if I erased all those people? I don't want to consider such a frightening possibility, so I desperately shake the thought out of my head. A mail? Is it Moeka? I check the mail with hope in my heart. What's wrong? I'm kind of busy now. Sorry, I'll email you later. Moeka. Huh. Haha. My body goes limp from relief. A reply. She sent a reply. Moeka still exists. She didn't disappear. Relief washes away my fear. My eyes fill with tears, not because I was worried for Moeka, but because I thought I might be responsible for the horror of erasing someone's existence. Explain what happened, Okabe. Urged by Kurisu, I explain everything that just happened. Honestly, I'm not surprised she disappeared from the lab. What do you mean? I don't know the details, but when the past changed, Kuryu-san's actions these past 4 days changed ever so slightly. As a result, the timeline was reconfigured so that Moeka-san didn't come to the lab today. So that's why it looked like she teleported? I'm reminded of the teleporting at Jelbana, but I guess it's not the same thing. Moeka didn't become a jellyman after all. Is that even possible? I don't know. If the fact that the D-mail was sent is undone, then it becomes a paradox of who sent that D-mail. And there's one other thing that I don't understand. What? What you call reading Steiner. By the way, you should quit it with that name. It's stupid. I didn't ask for your opinion. I'm finally able to joke with Kurisu again. Well, maybe she wasn't joking. But that's none of her business. By your explanation, you neither sent nor received the D-mail, yet how come you're the one who remembers what happened before the world line changed? What if it's all in your head? Like an imaginary girlfriend. I get it. No, you don't. I'm not a gentleman perv like you creating imaginary relationships. Maybe this Kuryu-san never existed, or maybe Kuryu-san does exist, but the fact that she sent a D-mail was something you made. Gah! Eh? I fall to my knees and press my hand against my left eye. Ah, my left eye. Reading Steiner. It aches. Okarin, are you okay? Mayuri peeks anxiously at my face, but I lightly push her aside. No, Mayuri, just stay away. I don't want to hurt you. But Okarin, you look like you're in pain. He's messing with us, right? Yeah. I'm okay. This aching is normal. It'll end soon. As long as I have this magic eye, the organization will keep coming after me. It's the power to see across time and space, but at the same time, it's a double-edged sword. Because of this all-seeing eye, I have lost my connection to causality. I drift alone in the space between worlds. But even so, I swore to protect this lab, so quiet thy fury, reading Steiner. Your time will come, but not yet. I kneel and press my head against the floor. And then I take a deep breath and gradually remove my hand from my left eye. Mayuri rubs my back. Okarin? Does it hurt? No. I'm okay now. I stand up, then I shoot Kurisu a sharp glare. What? That was just an act, right? You are wrong, Christina. Our experiments have already proven that my reading Steiner is genuine. Fine, I get it. You're a Chubin-yo patient. Eh? Well, why are you all staring at me? Don't look at me. In any case, I've successfully deflected Kurisu's questions about reading Steiner. I don't feel able to answer right now. My emotions are a jumble, just as they were after Titor called me the Messiah. Is this power real? If it is, then what does that make me? An unknown power sleeps within me. The thought sends a chill down my spine. I sit on the bench in front of the Bronte workshop, staring into the night sky. I try sorting out what happened this afternoon, but it's impossible. The more I think about it, the more confused I get. And then I hear footsteps coming down from the second floor. Soon Mayuri and Kurisu emerge. Going home? Yep. Do you always stay the night here? Pretty much. I wouldn't be a true mad scientist if I couldn't stay overnight at my lab, immersed in research. I think you're putting too much emphasis on appearances. But you know, this place is really convenient. Mayushi would stay over if Mom and Dad let me. You would? And it's so close to work, too. Hey, Chris-chan, why don't we all stay over sometime? Sure, if the guys aren't around. That won't happen. Then why don't you come to my hotel, Mayuri-san? Oh yeah, we did make that promise, huh? Then let's do that next time. You can come whenever you like. See you tomorrow. Kurisu waves goodbye and starts walking in the opposite direction from Akihabara Station. Mayuri doesn't move from that spot. Instead, she starts doing her usual thing, Stardust handshake. She looks up to the night sky, raising her hand as if to grasp the stars. And with perfect timing, a shooting star crosses the sky. Hey, Okarin. Yeah, a shooting star. Did you make a wish? Mayuri doesn't answer. She keeps gazing at the sky. Remember how back in elementary school, you got a terrible fever and stayed in bed for a month? Why are you bringing this up? It was about 10 years ago, at the turn of the century, when the world was in an uproar over Y2K. Near the end of 1999, I had a fever of nearly 40 degrees Celsius that lasted about a month. I didn't recover until the new year. At least that's what I've been told. I don't remember it myself. According to my parents, I was unconscious the whole time, tossing and turning. The doctor said it was a miracle I didn't die. Because of that fever, I didn't get to experience the Millennium Countdown event. They never figured out what caused it either. I was so afraid that Okarin might die. So Granny and I prayed to the sky together. Don't die, Okarin. Something like that could never kill me. 10 years ago, I was already a mad scientist, with an IQ of 170 equaling that of Thomas Edison. Actually, I'm not sure what Edison's IQ was. Really? That's amazing. But Mayushi was still really small, and didn't know that, so I prayed to the sky. And then on New Year's Eve, right before midnight, a shooting star went pew across the sky, just like now. If you repeat your wish 3 times before a shooting star disappears, your wish will come true. Did you know that? Of course, that's the most common of common knowledge. It was hard, but Mayushi repeated her wish 3 times. Then Mayuri finally lowers her hand and turns to me. On her face is a soft smile. The next day, on New Year's, your fever went down and you woke up. So basically, Mayushi saved your life. No, it was simply the choice of Steins Gate. Eh? Really? Really. Oh. Mayuri looks a little disappointed. Hey, remember what you said when your fever went down? You said everything went blurry and twisty like, and the ground shook so bad you couldn't stand, remember? You were acting kind of like that just now. Are you okay? You're not coming down with a fever, are you? The concern on her face is so sincere. Looks like she's worried about my reaction to Moeka's disappearance. Geez, my hostage is worrying about me. I find myself giving her a wry smile. I'm fine. Don't worry about a thing. As I brush her worry off with a shrug, I think back to what happened 10 years ago. When I woke up from that fever, the first thing I saw was Mayuri's crying face. She's right. I vaguely remember describing my collapse that way. And come to think of it, it does seem to match with the sensation I felt a few hours ago when reading Steiner activated. I see, so this power was already mine back then. Mwahaha! So that's the choice of Steins Gate. I really was born with this power. No wonder John Titor thinks I'm the Messiah. My maniacal laughter echoes into the night. That or like some weird timey-wimey shit happened then. I don't know. I don't know, man. The next day, the lab gets an unusual guest. Pardon the intrusion. Oh, if it isn't Lukashi. Hello, Hashida-san, Okabe-san. Lukako, you don't have Demon Sword Semidari with you. What is the meaning of this? Eh? I even unsealed the treasured heirloom sword Mistiltine when I heard you were coming today. I'm disappointed in you. What the fuck? Oh, another Norse thing? In Norse mythology, a legendary sword born from a sprig of mistletoe. According to prophecy, this sword will slay the undying god Baldur, thus beginning the final war of the gods, Ragnarok. Mistiltine, I think is how you would say that. Actually, I didn't know he was coming. I'm sorry, I'll go back and get it. No, that's okay. It was not Mistiltine's fate to encounter Samidare to this day. I look out the window with an expression of melancholy. But a Japanese sword and a cursed sword from Norse mythology are so mismatched it's not even funny. Do we even have a sword here? What should I... Lukako, though you are my disciple, you still lack dedication. I'm sorry. At this rate, it will take some time before you can be useful. By the way, why not join our lab? Eh? Me? Lukako looks at me blankly. But I'm clumsy, and I'm not good at science or engineering. I'll probably just get in your way. Do you really want me? Don't sweat it. Mayuri's the same. We'd love to have you, Luka-kun. But you know, if Luka-kun's gonna be a lab mem, then Mayushi has one condition for Okarin. Don't tease Luka-kun. Mayuri forces her way between us as if to protect Lukako. She's the one who called Lukako here. They're classmates. And today, Luka-kun is Mayushi's guest. He came for a fitting session, so don't get in our way. But Mayuri-chan, I don't really want to cosplay. Can it really just be a fitting session? Yep, we're just making sure the size matches. Looks like Mayuri forced him to come. As far as she's concerned, pretty boys exist only to make her cosplay fantasies come true. Ta-da! Mayuri shows off the costume she made. This is a costume of Kirari-chan from Rainet. Is it just my imagination, or is that outfit pretty skimpy? I don't know if it's his first time seeing it, but Lukako just stares at the costume dumbfounded. Anyway, I'd say it's about 70% complete, but I want Luka-kun to try it on now. Try it on? Here? Lukako glances at me and Daru, then looks down to hide a blush. I can't. Please? Here's where I, as Lukako's master, ought to help out. Listen, my people, to change your clothes is to change your very being. This costume might help you grow stronger. Put it on at once. That's not what I was expecting. He just wants to see the chaos. I swear. You're on her side? I just can't wear something so embarrassing. It's only embarrassing because you think it is. That's right. I'm sure you'll be really cute. Besides, Mayuri worked very hard to make this costume so you could wear it. She sacrificed her sleeping time, her favorite banana nourishment time, and her juicy chicken #1 time just so she could sew and sew and sew. You can't let effort like that go to waste. That's true, but... The good-natured Lukako is already bending to the power of my words. Come on, Luka-kun, transform! Transform! Wait a sec. What? Mayuri grabs Lukako's arm and drags him to the changing room. Okay, don't be shy. Now take off your clothes. What? Mayuri-chan, please don't touch me there. I'll change by myself. Please wait outside. But it's a little tricky putting this on. Mayushi will teach you all the steps. Yeah, please don't undress me. It's so... Yuri. That's not Yuri. Lukako's a guy. Then it's reverse rape? Whoa, that's downright criminal. His imagination knows no bounds. few minutes pass and out comes Mayuri first. She looks satisfied. Come on, Luka-kun, don't be shy. Luka-ko doesn't make an appearance, even when Mayuri calls him. Luka-kun? Finally, a nervous Luka-ko comes out of the dressing room. It's so short! Oh my god! Luka-ko looks like he's about to cry. I can already see the tears forming. Isn't that skirt a little too short? Those bare legs are truly captivating. Oh wait, oh god, oh god. I'm looking at a guy's legs. What the hell am I saying? Why are his legs shaved? What's going on here, Luka-ko? Wow, Luka-kun finally wore one of my outfits. It's so embarrassing. I'm a guy. I shouldn't be dressing like this. You know what they say, cuteness is justice. I don't know what you mean. Excellent work as usual. The clothes and the model bring out the best in each other. As far as 3D goes, Ferris Town is supreme, but Lukashi almost makes me want to become a low angler. Do I want to know? Cameramen who photograph female cosplayers and idols from a low angle. Ew. Can be found where cosplayers congregate, such as Komima or Akihabara's pedestrian haven. Oh. Gross. What about you, Okarin? Yeah, well, when urged to talk, I nod vaguely. I'm fascinated, but it's mortifying to admit that. Luka-ko is Luka-ko, yet Luka-ko is a man. Male. A man just shouldn't be fascinated by another man. I mean, I don't agree with that, but 2009 Japan was different. I whip out my phone and put it to my ear. It's me. My sanity is under attack. No, it's not the organization. It's a descendant of one of the town's guardian Miko. Gah! It's infecting my soul. To think Akiba had such a powerful guardian. If we can harness this power, we can counterattack the organization's corrupting influence. I know. We can't hand the town over to those bastards just yet. This too is the choice of Steins Gate. El Sai Kongru. I catch my breath, put away my phone, and turn back and smile at Luka-ko and the others who are staring blankly at me. Phew! Luka-ko, foolish disciple of mine. From now on, you shall go into battle equipped with that costume and Samidare. Kirari-chan doesn't have a sword. He should carry an upa instead. Mayuri, in high spirits, makes Luka-ko hold the upa cushion. His lips tremble as he reluctantly accepts the cushion. He clearly doesn't know what to do with it. The organization is making a move on Akiba. I pretend not to notice Luka-ko's distress. You are the guardian who protects this chaotic metropolis, Miko of Yanabayashi Shrine. Now is the time for you to fulfill that duty. Understand, Luka-ko? This is the reason I'm so hard on you. You have a duty to protect this town. Do I... really? You certainly do. Wahahaha! Can you stop that vulgar laughter? I can hear you from outside. It's embarrassing. Kurisu enters the lab with those remarks. She's coming in late, like she's a company executive or something. Chris-chan, tuturu! You come here this late and dare insult me? And you call yourself my assistant? I'm not your assistant. Don't make me repeat myself. Anyway, you're the worst, toying with such a weak and innocent girl. Aren't you ashamed of yourself? Toying with a weak and innocent girl, you say? Don't react to every little thing, you perv. That's right, Christina doesn't know Luka-ko's a guy. Correcting it is a pain, so I didn't say anything. At any rate, Christina, stop eyeing Luka-ko's entire body from top to bottom like that. I wasn't doing that. Do you like the costume, Chris-chan? It really suits Luka-kun, don't you think? Is this that Japanese... what? Is this that cosplay thing I've heard about? It's part of Japanimation culture, right? You're very cute. Cute? No way! Luka-ko's eyes get wetter and wetter. Why are you crying? You look perfect, so you should be more confident. Kurisu doesn't know, so she's not doing it intentionally, but I guess that makes things complicated for Luka-ko. I should change the topic for Luka-ko's sake. While I am a mad scientist, I also happen to be a perfect gentleman. I comb back my hair with my fingers. Lukako, tell us your wish. Eh? That's one hell of an acrobatic topic change. Listen, Lukako, your desires can become reality. Japan is a land of great spiritual power. It resides in every word that slips from your tongue. Now that you two have joined the otaku world, you need conceal your deepest desires no longer. Speak your wish with a true heart, and by the chaos that rules Akihabara, Steins Gate shall grant it. My wish? Lukako puts his hands together in front of his waist and bends his head slightly to the side. His cheeks turn light pink. His bashful, squirming appearance with wet, upturned eyes would make anyone who saw him either want to hug him real tight or smack him upside the head. It's that damn powerful. Well, if I tell you, promise not to laugh. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. Just proclaim it to the world. Well, yeah, no wish is embarrassing compared to the idiotic wish for chaos to envelop the world or whatever. You, assistant, what kind of person laughs at people's wishes? Mayushi's wish is to eat a ton of yummy food, and to cover the lab with Upa goods, and to get Luka-kun to wear my costumes. I'm not asking you. But Mayushi wants Shota in the gate to grant her wish too. What? An exceptionally cute boy or young man. Such characters are primarily designed to appeal to a female demographic. Right. Okay. Shota in the gate? That mistake is god tier, probably because it's so naughty. We all ignore Daru. Lukako puts his hands to his mouth and casts his eyes down. The same gesture as a female junior confessing her love to a male senior underneath a cherry tree. Cuteness overload. Must resist. I want to be a girl. What? Krisu is the first to react. Her expression is one of utter confusion. Well, that's only natural. Not even I expected that, so I accidentally swallowed my mwahahaha. I don't really like how I look. I always thought that if I were a girl, I could be a little more confident. So he has no confidence in himself. He's prettier than any girl here, and yet he has no confidence. I'm well aware of the reason for this. It's because he's a guy. Wait a second. Krisu starts rubbing her temples. What did she say? Hehehehe, assistant mine. No, Christina. I'm not your assistant, and I'm not Christina. You've made a grave error. I have. Don't you understand? No, of course you don't. How could you, with impure thoughts clouding your eyes? What do you mean? Allow me to explain. You called Lukako here a weak and innocent girl. But he's not a girl at all. He's a guy. Is that some kind of joke? It's not a joke, but the naked truth is described in the Akashic records. Mwahahaha. Oh. The database in which every event in the whole universe from past to future is recorded. The memory of humanity's collective consciousness, not in vinyl. Krisu looks at Daru and Mayuri as if seeking help, but they nod with a knowing look in their eyes. As for Lukako himself, he's just hanging his head in shame. Are you guys trolling me? Eh? 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 Krisu suddenly turns away as if to avoid my gaze. Then she walks up to Lukako. Is what Okabe says true? Yes. I'm a guy. No way. Someone this cute can't be a boy. You've got it backwards. You're supposed to say someone this cute can't be a girl. That's not what I meant. Does that mean Krisu knows the meaning of the phrase someone this cute can't be a girl? So she is an at-Chandler. Lukako, you're fine just the way you are. I will not reject you, be you man or be you woman, nor will anyone else here. And I will not deny your wish, nor will anyone else here. Why do you keep repeating that last part? Krisu, unable to calm down after learning the truth, starts touching her own face and checking her hair in her pocket mirror. Why, Christina, is it such a shock to meet a man far more feminine than you? I admit it. Compared to her, I mean to him, I'm not as cute. I talk more rudely and my attitude is worse. This is a 3-day coma level shock. Looks like she's seriously depressed. Chris-chan's cute too. Don't try to comfort me, it just makes me feel worse. Admitting your faults is the first step towards becoming stronger. You may one day become a splendid woman, Christina. You're still young. Who the hell asked you? I take it back. You're a stubborn fool who refuses to face the truth. Shut up. I don't want to hear that from you. Sorry. I shouldn't have said anything. Lukako bows his head for some reason. His eyes are red and puffy. With such a cute girl, or boy, on the verge of tears, Kurisu and I have no choice but to stop arguing. Well, better get my trusty digicam. Don't try to sneak in a photo session, you perv. Anzai-sensei, I want to be a low angler. But still, it was just a whim to ask for Lukako's wish. I hardly expected this to happen. So that's how Lukako thinks of himself. Lukako, how serious are you about that wish of yours? If he's truly desperate, then having a sex change operation is probably the best way to go. Judging by his current looks, Lukako could become the star of Tokyo's LGBT community. Now screw that, he could even become a TV personality. You know those stories where a guy magically turns into a girl overnight? Sometimes I wish that would happen to me. That's stupid, isn't it? Stop it with those puppy dog eyes. Are you that chihuahua from a certain popular commercial? Luka-kun, you're so cute! So cute. Looks like Kurisu's been struck by Lukako's cuteness too. The skimpy costume he's wearing isn't helping. It's like dunking your brain in a vat of pure moe, then you die. The scary part is that afterwards you feel an irresistible urge to grant Lukako's every wish. But as Lukako said, it's going to be hard to find a nice, clean solution to his problem. And then Kurisu clears her throat. This reminds me of something I heard once. Exposition scene, go! There's a saying that if you eat a lot of meat when you're pregnant, you'll have a boy, and if you eat a lot of vegetables, you'll have a girl. Source? Minmei Shobu? Or Shobo? I saw it on the internet. A fictional publishing house from a certain manga. In this manga, Minmei Shobo publishes books on fictional martial arts. On the internet, quoting Minmei Shobo is a way to jokingly make statements seem factual. Okay. So that's how you reply. Well played. But what are you talking about? Anyway, it sounds like an old wives' tale. Really? I didn't know that. Oh, excuse me. So Mayushi and Chris-chan's moms eat a lot of vegetables? Only Mayuri's impressed. Mayushi only eats juicy chicken #1, so will her future child be a boy? Hey, do you think bananas count as vegetables? Mayuri is full of questions. I'll leave her to them. But what about primitive people who lived on hunting? If that theory is true, then they would have had too many boys and not enough girls. Humanity would never have made it this far. I never said it was true. I just remember hearing it somewhere. Don't snap at every little thing. I didn't snap, Christina. I didn't snap. Christina, feel like verifying that theory? Well, what are you implying? Have you forgotten? We have the phone wave name subject to change. Phone wave-chan? It can tell if you'll have a boy or a girl? No way in hell. Wait, of course. Looks like Kurisu's got it. They don't call her a genius for nothing. We can send a D-mail to Urushibara-san's mother when she was pregnant. Indeed, something like eat more vegetables. Lukako, who doesn't know what D-mails are, and Mayuri, who's just a little dumb, tilt their heads in confusion at the same time. You think it's worth a shot? Well, it's too late to hide behind your goody-two-shoes mask, Christina. Your fate is to become a mad scientist, for you are an experiment-loving girl. Who are you calling an experiment-loving girl? Am I wrong? No, but that settles it. Hold on, man. What are you going to do if the experiment works? What do you mean? I mean, if Lukashi's sex seriously changes. That's what he wants, isn't it? Well, yeah, but If his sex does change, won't the 16 years of his life change too? That's what I mean. Who's gonna take responsibility for that? That's... I'll take responsibility. Lukako raises his hand timidly. Seriously? Well, I don't really understand, but if we use this method, I might become a girl, right? Then, I want to try. Please, Master. He bows his head to me. Mayuri, your opinion? If Luka-kun becomes a girl, then I've gotta call her Luka-chan. Will Luka-chan wear Mayushi's costumes? Well, that's another story. At any rate, it doesn't look like Mayuri has any objections. Then that settles it. Lukako, I appoint you Lab Mem number 6. Eh? The phone wave name subject to change is our lab's most important secret. In order to use it, you must become a Lab Mem. Ah, okay. Actually, I always wanted to be a lab member. Really? You should have just said so. I didn't have the courage. Like I said, I don't know a thing about gadgets. You don't have to worry about those things. I mean, Mayuri doesn't get them either. That's not something to be proud of, Mayuri. So Lukako shall be a lab mem from this point forth. Any objections? Here. Kriso raises her hand. I want to give I want to give Urushibara-san my number so I can retire. Denied. Anyone else? Mayuri and Daru ask what happened to 005, but I ignore them. Moeka will always be 005 in my heart. No other objections emerge. All members are in favor. Very well. Lukako is officially lab member number 6. Henceforth, pledge your allegiance to the lab and devote all your strength to the enrichment of our science. Yes, I will. I'm so happy. Now then, let's begin the experiment immediate... Wait. I suddenly realized something that makes me smack my... It says bye, but it should be my forehead in dismay. Damn, Lukako, you're 16, right? Right. See, you were born in 1993. Yep, the same year as Mayushi. What about it? In order to tell Lukako's mother to eat a lot of vegetables, we need to send a D-mail to 10 months before Lukako was born, meaning we have to send it to 1992. When did cell phones become widespread in Japan? Looks like Krisu and Daru figured it out. Daru goes to Google it. Around 1996, there wasn't mail until later though. So the year Lukako was born, most people still didn't have cell phones. Lukako's mother may not have had one. In that case, she might not be able to receive the D-mail. Oh, I get it. We can't do it? Lukako's face darkens. I fold my arms in thought. Some way to receive the email in an era when cell phones weren't yet widespread. What about modifying it to send crazy waves or something? What the hell are crazy waves? Waves that only crazy girls can pick up. You know, girls who always talk about stuff no one understands. It's pretty moe. I'll microwave your brain if you don't shut up. Yes, abuse me more, please. Couldn't you put a letter in a time capsule and bury it? That would go to the future, not the past. Oh. I know. How about that thing where you get struck by lightning and that turns you into a girl, like in old comics and anime? There's no point to the experiment if we don't use D-mail. Don't lose sight of the objective. We're counting on you for a nice idea, Chris-chan. Me? We could build a rocket which exceeds the speed of light squared, then that immense speed would reverse the flow of time, or something. You're forgetting about the phone wave, too. Furthermore, genius girl, you just contradicted relativity. It was just a joke. Don't take it seriously. Useless, all of you. This lab is a disgrace. Fine then, let's hear from Hoenn Kyoma, the insane mad scientist with an IQ over 170 whose brain cells are coveted the world over. What's your genius plan? Inspiration flashes in the corners of my brain. That Edison thing again? The sensation. Yes, my natural mad scientist inspiration is about to explode. I have it. All eyes focus on me. With a broad grin, I proclaim, if we can't send it to a cell phone, then we'll send it to a pager. An early method of receiving wireless messages. Service in Japan started around 1968. After support for text data was added in the 1990s, pagers grew in popularity among high school girls. However, pagers were soon replaced by cellular phones. Pager service was terminated in 2007. Oh wow. I didn't think they even lasted that long. About 22 hours have passed since I made my mind-blowingly awesome proclamation. Hello. Luca enters the lab shyly, just as he did yesterday. He gives me a bashful smile when our eyes meet. Mom had a pager. Yay, that's great, Luca-kun. Now we can proceed with the experiment. Lukashi's girl version will definitely be Moe. Mayuri, Kurisu, and Daru are already on standby. Sending a D-mail to a pager. Yesterday we argued about whether it's even possible. Eventually we settled on probably. Data is data, after all. The rest depends on the pager radio wave stations 8 years ago, but it should be fine as long as our data gets through safely. We already Googled how to send data to a pager. For the pagers back then, you would first enter the other person's pager number. Then, if in the Kanto region, enter *2 *2. After that, you would enter the numbers to send. That's how it worked, apparently. Pagers in 1992 could still only send numbers. Phone number display functions were also yet to be implemented, so your number was hidden from the other person by default. A few years after that, pagers started to implement Japanese character displays, enabling functionality similar to that of email. Therefore, the D-mail Lukako's about to send, it's technically not a mail though, has to be sent in numerical form. Naturally, I have a conversion table for that on hand. You can find information even from 18 years ago if you just Google it. I was pretty worried by the lack of information on pagers at first, but that's my little secret. Uroshibara-san, you need to think about what to send to your mother in the past. Eh? I do? If you want to grant your wish, then you must open the door with your own hands. We can only show you the way. I understand. We explained to Lukako the function of the phone wave name is subject to change. The numbers we're sending are 1-byte characters, so we can send 36 of them. The pager's number-to-letter conversion system uses 2 numbers to correspond to 1 Japanese character. Oh no, he escaped, nya! If we don't find him and kill him, misfortune will fall upon Akiba, nya! His name is the End of Tutorial. He's small and nimble, and he cries, "Choo-choo, nya! Come here quick. Ferris needs your help, nyan." Bad timing, Ferris. Furthermore, since you first need to input *2 *2, that means you can only send 16 hiragana characters. Lukako, understanding everything, takes out a notebook to begin writing drafts for the pager message. I show Lukako the site I found. It reads pager number and letter conversion. Pager typing is commonly known as two-touch typing or pager input. It's somewhat different from cell phone input. You choose the consonant and then input the vowel. The consonants are A, K, S, T, N, H, M, Y, R, W. The vowels are A, I, U, E, O. Basically, to input K, you press 2 to input the consonant K. Then you press 4 for the vowel E. This is a pain. Let's just send 831, 831, 831. That should do it. Why 831? Yasai for veggies. Duh. Veggies, veggies, veggies. We just have to drill this into Lukashi's mother's brain. She'll just pass that message off as a prank. Then how about 29292929? I'm going to regret asking this, but what does that mean? Niku for meat. Meat, 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 meat. Why do you want her to like meat? That's not it. If you keep repeating meat, then she'll actually start to hate meat and want to eat vegetables instead, don't you think? Yeah, no. Lukako completes his composition while we speak our nonsense. How about something like this? Mom, eat veggies, okay? Isn't that a little too vague? And the first mom should go. That'll just make it harder to believe. Then eat lots of veggies to give birth to a girl. That's a little too direct, and it's over the character limit. Eat veggies for healthy kid. Wait a sec, according to this conversation chart, or conversion chart, it looks like you gotta use 2 more numbers for voiced consonants. So that sentence is 4 bytes over. Then a little modification. How about eat veg for healthy kid? Isn't that a little too informal? You're talking to Shibara-san's mother, you know. Would she understand the veg for part? You have any bright ideas? Kurisu shrugs her shoulders and says no more. Then it's settled. Come on, let's type it out. When sending to a pager, the number-encoded message is handled like a telephone number, so we enter the input into the X68000. *2 281312223125032251250213749. The long, random-looking string of numbers is complete. Alright, we're good to go. Now we just activate the phone wave name subject to change and have Lukako call. The microwave timer is set to 154152 seconds. It should arrive around January 1st, 1993. The margin of error is around 1 to 3 days, I guess. Leap year calculation's a pain, so I ignored it. Lukako's sender finger starts to tremble on top of the enter button. Ready? I'm starting it up. Lukako looks at me with tears in his eyes, then nods faintly. The discharge phenomenon soon occurs. Lukako flinches and takes a step back, but then I see determination flare in his eyes. He sets his jaw and pushes the enter button. Oh boy. That number drastically changed. A wave of dizziness hits me again. I place a hand on the table to support myself. The dizziness slowly fades. Little by little, color returns to the world. Reading Steiner activated again. Did the world line change? I look around the room. Unlike what happened with Moeka, Lukako's still here. He blushes when he notices my stare. Okabe-san, could you please not look at me like that? I fold my arms and tilt my head. Lukako's appearance hasn't changed a bit. I'm paying particular attention to his chest and his chest and his chest. As a guy, it's natural for him to have no breasts. But if he's a girl now, then that's a different story. That washboard isn't tiny breast level, it's no breast level. It didn't work? So the eat lots of vegetables to give birth to a girl thing Kurisu talked about was nothing but fringe science. What kind of scientist believes such a flimsy theory anyway? What didn't work? Everyone, including Lukako, looks at me in confusion. Don't you remember? Just now we used the phone wave name subject to change to... I slap a hand over my mouth as soon as I start talking. That was careless of me. As our previous experiments proved, the activation of reading Steiner means that the world line has changed, and I'm the only one who carries his memories through the change. Nobody else here knows what we did. Sorry, it's nothing. Afterwards, Mayuri and Lukako happily go out shopping for lunch at a neighborhood convenience store. Christina, I want to ask you something. Is Lukako... What pervy actor are you thinking about this time? Can't be too careful around the perv duo. We're not a perv duo. We are a pervy gentleman duo. Whatever. Seriously, whatever. Ugh. Damn, I can't ask now. It's really annoying that no one remembers. I don't want to think about how Kurisu might react if I suddenly ask, is Lukako a girl? I should wait until I can get Lukako alone and check then. But considering how his appearance hasn't changed at all, it's very likely that the sex change failed. In that case, what did Lukako's D-mail change? It's just like the Moeka experiment. The result is different from what we expected. The real problem is that we have no control. After I leave the lab, I head to May Queen plus Nyan Squared to think. Daru sits in front of me, waiting impatiently for Ferris to bring our order. Daru, what do you think about D-mail? It's cool, but it's kinda lame at the same time. What's lame about it? I couldn't use it to win my Rhinet match against Ferriston. Now that's a selfish reason. As our experiments have shown, D-mail still hasn't reached a reliable level of precision. A true time machine must remove luck from the equation. The phone wave name subject to change is useless unless we can somehow give the sender more control. For starters, there's the problem of how I'm the only one who can recognize the changes. Without my special power, we wouldn't even be able to check the results of the experiment. Ridiculous. Yeah, we aren't getting results. What about the Lotto 6? Pending. Although it was Lukako's mistake that cost us the prize, he wouldn't have been in a position to make that mistake if I hadn't asked him to buy the ticket in my stead. Why did I do that? It's as if Steins Gate guided the money away from my grasp. No, I need to think positive. Ho and Kyoma will not let this keep him down. I won't give up, for I am a mad scientist. I don't understand what you're saying, but you sure seem confident about it. Someday we will improve the phone wave name subject to change so that it may be used to send things not only to the past, but also to the future. We'll improve it. No, we must improve it. For that is the choice of Steins Gate. Wah ha ha ha! A time machine? Oh shit. Ferris is standing right next to me. Where the hell did she come from? Damn you, Ferris, eavesdropping is cowardly. What do you mean? Your voice is so loud it echoes through the whole store, Nya. What? No! Once again, I leaked classified information concerning the future of mankind. Here's your iced coffee and your iced tea and cat food. Thanks for waiting, Nya. Daru's order of cat food is one of his maid cafe's specialties. It's not the usual miso over rice, but a stylish risotto instead. It's one of Daru's favorites. It's actually pretty tasty. Ferris places the iced coffee in front of me. Do you want milk and syrup, Nyan? Never. If Kyoma's going to be like that, I'll pour it all in, Nya. You need sugar for a healthy brain, Nya. Despite my refusal, Ferris pours all of the milk and syrup into my glass. Nyan, 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 nyan. Then, speaking some nonsense incantation, she mixes my iced coffee with a straw, and the whole time she stares straight into my eyes. There it is! Ferriston's secret technique. Eye contact, mix. Daru starts explaining in excitement. Most maids can't do it without spilling a little, yet Ferriston makes it look easy. That's why I love her. It's because of the secret technique that Ferriston reigns supreme as Maid Queen's #1 maid. The iced coffee in the glass changes from black to brown. Damn, she's dragging me into her pace again. Next, Ferris performs the same secret technique on Daru. Thank you, Ferriston. I'll be sure to savor it. He bows deeply, such a polite man. I take a sip of my iced coffee. Its bitterness and sweetness flow down my throat. When I look up, I see Ferris standing next to me, her silver tray in front of her waist. Do you need something? I want to hear the rest, Nya. Kyoma and Daronyan were having a fun little chit-chat, Nya. Something about a time machine. Ferris really wants to hear, Nyan. She gives me a babyish look with upturned eyes, but I firmly reject her. It's top secret, not for outsiders. And whose big mouth let the whole store hear, Nya? Tell Ferris, Daru, Nyan. She's targeting Daru now. Don't underestimate him, Ferris Nyan Nyan. Daru is my most trustworthy right-hand man, the wizard-class super haka. He won't be tricked into divulging classified information. We've built an amazing machine that can send emails to the past. I did most of the work, of course. Dude, I'm not even surprised. And he's broken. Women are scary. Is that a time machine, Nya? I guess you could say that. Wow, you're awesome, Nya. Your big brain makes my heart race, Nyan. You mean it? Now I'm embarrassed. dumbass. What's with that grin? Ferris dreams of going on a journey through time, yeah. I'll bring you along someday. Daru, don't make promises you can't keep. By the way, it's been bugging me, but what is time anyway, nya? What? Time is often compared to a river, nya, flowing from past to future. But is that really how it is, nya? If time is a river, then where is the present, nya? Is it a point? Is it a line? Where does the present begin and end, nya? Now that you mention it, I only have a vague concept of time. Never gave it any serious thought. The present is a leaf floating on the river. It moves along with the flow from past to future. So are we riding on that leaf, nya? When you die, do you fall off, nyan? You could say that. All points upstream from the leaf are the past, downstream the future. Nya. But is that leaf only the present for humans, nya? Meaning? Humans make units to define and observe time, which is how we know this leaf is the present. But if every living thing in the universe went extinct, nothing would exist to observe the present, nya? In that case, where would the present go, nya? Wouldn't something like God or the will of the universe observe it? But what if God is a four-dimensional being who can freely move through time, nya? Four-dimensional space-time is comprised of the 3 spatial dimensions plus the 4th dimension, time. 3-dimensional beings like humans can only move in the 3 spatial dimensions. A 4-dimensional being would be able to move through time as easily as humans can move through air. Yeah, once you start getting into anything past the 3rd dimension, I'm confused. All of that is over my head. If God is the one who decides the present, then won't our present move with him, nya? This is hard. So what you're saying is that the present is subjective to the observer. If we go with that assumption, then the past and the future also depend on the observer, nyan? If Ferris were to use a time machine to travel back 1 week, then Kyoma and Daru nyan's present would become Ferris's future, nya? I guess that makes sense. Excuse me. So how does the leaf model reflect that difference, nya? Neither Daru nor I has an answer to that. Perhaps nobody has an answer, just like the collapse of causality thing that Karisu mentioned. Does that mean that time machines and time travel are impossible after all? But CERN's jellified test subjects physically traveled as far back as 1921. Anyway, if everything depends on the observer, then clocks are meaningless, nyan. Fun times fly and hard times drag, nya. In other words, the flow of time changes depending on your point of view, nyan. Speaking of which, as you grow older, it feels like time starts to flow faster, doesn't it? Janet's Law. Ferris thinks about this stuff sometimes, nya. I think time might not be something as simple as a river, nyan. Yeah, the more you think about it, the more complicated it gets. Okay, first, let's go back to Janet's Law. A perspective on the passage of time proposed by psychologist Janet. For some reason, as one ages, time seems to pass by more quickly. For example, 1 year is 1/7 of a 7-year-old's life, but only 1/17 of a 70-year-old's life. By this reasoning, the subjective length of time is inversely proportional to age. The strict definition of time, similar to the question of where is the self, is one of humanity's eternal questions. Countless renowned scholars have left this question unanswered. There's no way amateurs like us can answer it. But there's one thing I can do. Heh. Wahahaha. Nya? Fret not. Though physics and philosophy may deny us our machine has made time travel possible. Am I correct, Daru? Yeah, that's right. Nya, looks like you guys have kicked reason to the curb, nya. But Ferris wants to use the time machine too, nya. Can I please? Sure, I'll let you use it as much as you want, Ferris Town. Really, nya? Then it's a promise, nya. Daru, don't decide things on your own. Ferris springs up with joy and hugs Daru's rotund body. That's all it takes to make Daru look like he's died and gone to heaven. After killing some time at May Queen, I leave Daru and head back to the lab. I should save. It's been a hot minute. The only person there is Mayuri. She's working on a costume. Heh, Mayuri, you're like a housewife burning the midnight oil to bring a little more money home. Eh? Midnight oil? Are we eating? Kids these days. Besides, Mayushi doesn't charge for her costumes. Seems like she understood the rest of what I said. It was just a joke anyway. Hobbies should just be hobbies, you know? It makes me happy to see someone wearing a costume I made. Do you want to become a designer? Come to think of it, Mayuri has never talked about her future. No way, it's too hard. Then what is your dream? Mine is to destroy the system and plunge the world into chaos. Mayushi just wants to keep hanging out in the lab. What? You want to be a lab mem forever? I appreciate your enthusiasm, but this lab has no interest in profit. You'll always be hurting for food. You know, Okarin, we have 6 lab mems now. Isn't it amazing? Mayushi never expected we'd grow this big. That's a sudden change in topic. And for some reason, she's puffing her chest out in pride. It's all because Mayushi became your hostage. No, that has nothing to do with it. I tricked every last one of you into joining with my masterful manipulations. Wah ha ha ha. You shouldn't say things like that. And besides, you didn't trick me. That's true. You came of your own volition. She joined the lab without my ever asking. When she appeared in the doorway and offered to join, I thought she was a goddess sent from heaven. Okarin? Can Mayushi still be your hostage? Is that a joke or a serious question? I can't tell. Is that what you want? Well... Mayuri drops the costume in her hand, and then she smiles shyly. Maybe it is. Such a masochist. I had no idea. But I mean, as long as I'm your hostage, Mayushi won't be lonely, and neither will Okarin. I see. Sometimes Mayuri throws me off my game. But if that's her reason for staying at the lab, then I'm happy. I'd better get going. Mayuri stands up and starts putting away her various sewing tools. Mayuri. Want to get something to eat on the way back? My treat. Really? You'd never treat me. I'm in a good mood today. Then how about Kitchen Jiro? Their minced cutlet is... God tier. She'll get no argument from me. Just leave it to me. Yay! I love you, Okarin. Mayushi's really happy. Well, at least she's easy to please. Mayuri and I head for Kitchen Jiro. After that, I'll see her safely to the station. I spend the next morning doing laundry at the nearby laundromat. When I return to the lab just past noon, Daru, Mayuri, and Kurisu are all assembled. Thanks for coming in on a Saturday. Your devotion to science makes me proud. Yeah. Kurisu sighs deeply. It's the middle of summer, but instead of going on vacation, I'm stuck in this sauna with a bunch of pervs. Where did I go wrong? She's really giving us a verbal beatdown. Wipe your tears, you experiment-loving girl without a single friend. I'm not crying. Besides, you're the one who told us to be here. Indeed, but the one who obeyed my orders and arrived on time was you. You know, Chris-chan is actually a very honest and hardworking girl. That's what Mayushi thinks. Mayuri smiles as she eats some nuggets from McD's. That's what makes her so adorable. What? How can this girl say something like that while eating a nugget? Don't let it bother you. That's just Mayuri's nature. I've been with her for a long time, so I'm used to it. A Yuri flag, I get it. Wait, what? Huh? A metafiction term refers to common methods of foreshadowing particular events. A death flag, for example, suggests that a character will die shortly. Death flags and romance flags are the most frequent. Okay. Please unget it. Here, Chris-chan, have a nugget. Thanks. While listening to their heartwarming banter, I go to put my laundry on the table. However, don't put that there. It's filthy. I just washed them. Like I care. What kind of guy puts his underwear in a girl's face? Have some decency. If you're that interested in my underwear, then just say so. What? I'm not interested at all. Come on, guys. No more talking about underwear. Mayushi's trying to eat here, okay? How can you say that when you're still shoveling nuggets into your mouth? Don't interrupt me. I end up putting my laundry in the changing room. As I explained to Daru yesterday, I've noticed something about the results of our experiments. D-mails have too many uncertain variables. We can never be sure what will happen when we send one. It's not like we can do anything about that. After all, the result is up to whoever receives the mail. Of course, if you can analyze the recipient's psychology, then you might be able to manipulate them into doing what you want. Though that might be a bit too much for Hoenn underwear here? You just wanted to say underwear, didn't you? Underwear aside, the fact is that D-mail is still far from complete. I need a more reliable time machine before I can expose CERN and the organization and plunge the world into chaos. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is why I called you here today. The purpose of today's roundtable conference is... another roundtable? If you want a roundtable conference that much, at least go buy a round table. Remember what Okarun said, Chris-chan? The round table is in our hearts. Mayuri-san, you're really innocent, but you shouldn't take everything Okabe says seriously. Really? The round table doesn't matter now. More importantly, the purpose of today's meeting is to explore methods of true physical time travel, not just email, with the objective of sending someone to the past like CERN has. Don't be ridiculous. That was fast. And she's glaring at me even harder than she was during the whole underwear thing. CERN has the best equipment in the world, and even after 9 years, they still haven't succeeded. We can't possibly hope to accomplish something like that. You'll become a what? You'll become a Jello-Karin. Kinda sounds like Garo Froggy. Why did those things get popular anyway? Fictional, a series of plush straps featuring an ugly yet cute frog character, which became a fad among high school girls in Shibuya 1 year ago. After the Shibuya earthquake, the series was cancelled and their popularity faded rapidly. This isn't a laughing matter. Isn't it too early to give up? Haven't we already succeeded with D-mail, a first in human history? But we're not the first. Didn't CERN do it before us? Humanity's first time-traveling email. For we who have achieved that miracle, nothing is impossible. Such baseless confidence. Anyway, wasn't it just a coincidence that we discovered D-mail? We still haven't figured out what's functioning as the lifter. We just need to figure that out, don't we? It's futile. How do you solve a problem that even CERN can't figure out? If you can't set the destination, then you don't know where you'll leap to. I'll pass on leaping into deep space, thanks. That is a problem. If you can't control where you'll end up, your time machine is worthless. Wait a second. We don't set the destination when we send a D-mail, yet it still arrives where it's supposed to. How do you explain that? Now that you mention it, you set the mail address, right? Isn't that enough? Is it? I don't think a phone signal can be received from millions of kilometers away. I bet you'd get a busy signal or something. I stare at my phone. Maybe our cell phones are acting like black holes and white holes. White holes? The reverse of a black hole. While nothing can escape a black hole, everything is ejected from a white hole. The existence of white holes is hinted at theoretically, but actual proof is impossible. They have never been observed. You shouldn't speculate like that. You have zero basis. Is it possible that we form a wormhole? No wormholes have ever been confirmed to exist. I groan. Krisu and Daru fall silent. The problem has them stumped too. Mayuri's the only one smiling. She probably doesn't understand and is just smiling because she feels like it. In any case, the cold hard truth is that D-mails arrive precisely when and where we want them to. We're ahead of CERN in that regard. Now can we apply D-mail technology to physical time travel? But with D-mails, you can only send 36 bytes of data. No way you can send a whole person with that kind of limit. It's the same problem that CERN is having and the reason their subjects turn into jellymen. If you want to become Jello-Karin, I'm not stopping you. Recalling the fate of CERN's researchers makes my skin crawl. Kerr black holes, ring singularities, supergravitational space-time distortions. If you can adjust the lifter's volume of electron injection, you might be able to make the ring singularities naked. But even CERN is having a hard time controlling the lifter. Even if we do figure out what's functioning as the lifter in our time machine, I doubt we'll be able to solve the problem easily. Meaning that at present, we can only send a mere 36 bytes of data. I wonder how much data there is in a human body. I bet it's more than an exabyte. What is that? 10 to the power of 18. Prefixes are kilo, mega, giga, tera, peta, exa, in order of increasing magnitude. 1 exa equals 1 quintillion. See, and again, stuff that goes over my head. Because I'm not good at math and I'm not good at science, and this has both. It would be best to leave physical transfer aside for now. Sending data through time is an amazing feat by itself. We should be satisfied with what we've got. Sending data through time is enough, huh? Such pessimism is unbecoming of a scientist sworn to uncover the secrets of the universe. I'm telling you to know your limits. If you're going to uncover the secrets of the universe, you need personnel, equipment, and funding to rival CERN's. It's one thing to set lofty goals, but this impoverished lab has no resources to speak of. I've been thinking, maybe we should bring the phone wave to its proper research institution and entrust it to a specialist. CERN's keeping their time machine research top secret, so if we make an official announcement, it'll benefit the future of mankind. If we make an official announcement, the organization will become aware of my existence. Oh, come on, I'm being serious here. This isn't the time for your childish... And we've hacked into CERN. Those heartless bastards will do anything, even experiment on human beings, and behind them is a power greater than all the nations of the earth. If we make the phone wave name subject to change public, they might have us erased. You watch too many movies. The name Committee of 300 appeared in actual CERN documents. Yeah, but... Krisu's tone weakens. Mayushi's kinda scared. If they find out about our hacking, they'll seriously have us killed. I didn't make any mistakes that could give us away, of course. Also, and this is the biggest problem, I lower my voice and look hard at each one of them in turn. If we go public, we won't be able to do cool stuff with Gmails anymore. Why, you... Wah-ha-ha-ha! No way I'm giving up such an awesome machine. I am Hyoin Kyoma, the insane mad scientist who rules space and time. What I desire is... That's right, chaos! This guy's hopeless. Better do something quick. A quotation from a popular manga about death notes. Oh! Spoken by the protagonist in reference to his female accomplice. Original quote, this girl's hopeless, I'd better do something quick. Used to express exasperation. So it's from Death Note! Dame da koitsu. Hayaku nantoka shinai to. Dame da koitsu. Hayaku nantoka shinai to. Pretty sure I'm saying that right. Eh? Hmm? Huh? Ah. Everybody freezes. Christina, are you an Chana? Shut up, I'm not, okay? Krisu gives me her sharpest glare yet. Her eyes are so cold my spine turns to ice. I nod and swallow what I was going to say. That reminds me, Daru, have you made any progress hacking into CERN? He did say it would take time to learn how to use the IBM 5100, but I know he's been coming to the lab every day to work on it. His monitor is always displaying some kind of program, and his fingers are always busy on the keyboard. Yeah, right now I'm combining CERN's massive database. Did he say combining or combing? Because I'm having a hard time reading, apparently. Combing. It was combing. It would take years to read it all. For now, I've passed everything that looks important to Makiseishi for translation. Basically, I've gone as deep as I can go. CERN belongs to me now. Thank goodness you're on my side. If only you weren't so weak to seduction. Christina, report on the status of these translations. Can you stop talking like that? It's pretentious and annoying as hell. Hell. Mayuri takes a cute, idol-like pose and smiles for some reason. Chris-chan, as Okarun's childhood friend, I promise you'll get used to how he talks eventually. I just hope it doesn't take 10 years. So you're saying you want to stay with me for 10 years? In other words, you want to work at this lab for the rest of your... It was sarcasm, get it? Sarcasm. Oh. Give me your report, Christina. If you don't, I'll call you an @channeler. Didn't you hear me the first time? She glares at me again. My blood goes cold. I've been working on the translation when I have time, but so far I haven't seen anything new about time travel. It looks like CERN is still struggling to find a solution. Maybe they'll have to wait another 24 years like Titor said. Okay. Stretch. I need another break. Gotta move around. Gotta get more water. So, grab a snack, have a bathroom break, whatever it is you need to do. And I shall return. Okay. And we're back. Daru, any other results? Well, it looks like CERN's in the middle of a big project, so the LHC's at full operation. I'm trying to see if I can cut in and maybe use it secretly. What? No way. Krisu's stunned. Honestly, so am I. Is that amazing? It's not amazing, it's downright outrageous. Super Haka, what a monster. What's that? A quotation from a classic manga about glass masks, used to express amazement at someone's incredible skills. Glass masks. The only one I'm thinking of is that acting anime, but I don't know if it was a manga first and then made into an anime or if it was an original anime, and it is called Glass Mask, but I'm not sure if that's what this is referring to or not. Osoroshiko. Hey Christina, are you doing that on purpose? Ugh, doing what? She's an @channeler, no doubt about it. Anyway, I'm just doing it for laughs. It's not like we have any reason to use the LHC. It sounds like things are going smoothly. When do you begin stage 3 of the... When do you begin stage 3 of the operation? What's stage 3? CERN's most secret forbidden domain. We're going to free the darkness hidden inside. In Japanese, please. The IBN 5100 database. I'm asking if you started hacking it yet. Daru frowns. We can't, remember? You said all we needed was an IBN 5100 of our own. Right, that's the problem. We can't do anything without one. He's come to a world line where we don't have the IBN 5100? But does that mean it's still at the shrine? Huh? Again, this feeling of disconnect. The conversation isn't making sense. But I got you an IBN 5100. You haven't started working on it yet? Huh? You got one? When? Puzzled, I look at Kurisu and Mayuri. Mayuri looks confused, like always. Kurisu meets my eyes and shrugs her shoulders. First I've heard of it. Impossible. That just can't be. I dash into the development room. The IBN 5100 I borrowed from Yanabayashi Shrine should be on the shelf inside. It's in a cardboard box and it weighs 25 kilos, too heavy for a single person to carry. But when I go to look, it's gone. It's no longer where I left it. The IBN 5100 was right here. Where did it go? Everyone looks at me in surprise. Why are you staring at me like that? The legendary PC that was donated to Yanabayashi Shrine. You've seen it, remember? I don't remember. Donated to Yanabayashi Shrine? That's stupid. You sure you weren't hallucinating? It's hot these days. Despair drags me down like quicksand. We can't hack that database without the IBN 5100. Who stole it? The organization? CERN? CERN is a possibility. Maybe they noticed our hacking and stole the IBN 5100 from the lab. No, no, no. Even if they could steal the IBN 5100 from the lab, they can't steal Mayuri and Daru's memories of it. What happened? Kuryu Moeka. Maybe I should check with her first. Could someone other than Moeka have stolen the IBN 5100? I consider the possibilities. The next name that comes to mind is... Don't tell me it was John Titor. Of course, Titor's goal was to obtain an IBN 5100, and I've already contacted him several times. But how did he get my personal information? While I'm trying to decide whether I should send the mail, Kurisu tells me to calm down. A high school girl is chiding me. She dares make a fool of Ho and Kyoma? Irritated, I explain the purpose of the IBN 5100 and how I came to obtain one. During that time, I also send Moeka a mail for confirmation. I got an IBN 5100, did you know? The IBN 5100 may have disappeared as a result of changes someone made to the past. Oh, so you believe me? But from my perspective, all of the emails we sent so far were trivial. There's that one we sent when we first realized PhoneWave-chan was a time machine, right? The one that said Okarin is a perv. And during the preliminary D-mail experiments, I sent dozens to Okabe's phone, but they were all insubstantial, so I don't think they could have changed the past. I sent 2 of them when I was trying to win the match against Ferris. There was one more, the first mail Okabe accidentally sent that said I was dead. But from my perspective, we sent several more. You mean how you sent the winning Lotto 6 numbers, and how Luka-chan bought a ticket with those numbers but didn't win? But nobody aside from Okabe remembers him sending it. But I showed you guys afterwards. It was still in my phone's arrival history. We were so close. Is that all? No, there's more. Moeka and Lukako each sent a D-mail. Oh right, that's what you claim, but Hashida, Mayuri-san, and I don't remember either of those. Oh, Mayushi's getting a headache. I already told you guys, I'm the only one who keeps his memories after the world changes. So according to your perspective, when did the IBN 5100 disappear? Did it just happen? When's the last time you remember seeing it in the lab? Well... I put my index finger to my forehead and searched my memories. IBN 5100. IBN 5100. I'm sure it was August 3rd. I remember it being in the lab on August 3rd. Are you certain? I think so. So many things have happened, my memories are a jumble. Let's go over the events which led to me obtaining the IBN 5100. I heard that Ferris was a retro PC maniac who knew about the IBN 5100. I learned that 9 years ago she donated her IBN 5100 to Yanabayashi Shrine. I asked Lukako's dad for help and he lent me the IBN 5100 just like that. Mission complete. At the very least, Ferris and Lukako should remember what happened. I should give them a call. First up is Lukako. Hello, Okabe-san. Please forget what you saw the other day. I saw something? My cosplay. Oh, that? That was just Lukako getting embarrassed for no reason. More importantly, I have questions about the IBN 5100. The I-Beam 5? The IBN 5100. About 9 years ago, someone dedicated a retro... Yeah, dedicated, apparently. A retro PC to Yanabayashi Shrine. It should be donated. That's the one. That's the one. Know anything? Yes? He remembers! Lukako really remembers. Just a while ago, I came to the shrine looking for it, didn't I? And then I asked your old man and he let me borrow it, right? Eh? I don't... Right? I don't remember anything like that. What? Is this another effect of changing the past? The IBN 5100 was at the shrine though, right? Is it there now? I don't know the details. Where are you now? Is your old man there? No? Damn, okay. Sorry for calling you so suddenly. No problem. I'm sorry that I couldn't help. The IBN 5100 was at Yanabayashi Shrine. That's a fact. And Lukako knew that. I need to check if it's still there or not. Could the IBN 5100 have returned to the shrine? Did that huge retro PC sprout legs and trot back? That's just silly. But gel bananas have teleported out of the microwave. Moeka also instantly moved from the lab to somewhere else. Considering that it's entirely possible that the same thing happened to the IBN 5100, maybe I should go check later. Next is Ferris. By the way, I haven't told Ferris my phone number. I'm afraid that if I talk to her on the phone, she'll drag me into her usual nonsense. So there's only one option. Mayuri, I need to contact Ferris. What? Mayuri's eating an eclair. She must have stuck some in the fridge when I wasn't looking. Want one, Okarin? They're delicious. Now that she mentions it, Kurisu and Daru are eating too. You people don't have a care in the world, do you? There's some crazy stuff happening here. Or it could all just be in your head. No need to panic. It's not just in my head. It's not. You need Ferris-chan for something? I wonder if she's working today. Ferris-chan's off today. Well done, Daru. You know Ferris' schedule better than her co-worker. I award you the title of Ferris Stalker. You know her phone number, right? See if you can get a hold of her. Okay. Mayuri takes out her phone and makes a call. After a short wait, Mayuri smiles. Ferris-chan? Good afternoon, Nyan. It's Mayushi, Nyan. Nyan? Oh, right. This is the first time Kurisu has heard Mayuri speak Nyanian. Sorry to bother you on your day off. Okurin said he wants to talk to you about something. Wanna talk to him? Huh? You know, Okurin. Kyoma? Who's Kyoma? The hell are they talking about? By the way, Ferris is the only person who calls me by my true name, Hoenn Kyoma. I'm thankful for that, but she still drives me crazy. I'm handing you over, okay? Here you go, Okurin. I take Mayuri's phone. Ferris's face is displayed on the LCD. She's wearing cat ears even though it's her day off. It's me, Hoenn Kyoma. Yao! How unusual for Kyoma to contact me, Nya. There's something I need to ask you. Long ago, you donated a retro PC to Yanabayashi Shrine. Am I mistaken? Nyan. What? What's Nyan supposed to mean, Nya? Ah, crap, I started to talk like her. Kurisu bursts out laughing. Looks like she heard. It means you're right, Nya. Though I didn't know it was called an IBN 5100 until recently, Nya. What? Why recently? Daranyan told me, Nya. So that's it. At any rate, Ferris has confirmed that the IBN 5100 was at Yanabayashi Shrine. So did the IBN 5100 disappear from the lab after I retrieved it? No, Kurisu and the others lost their memories of me bringing it back to the lab, so I'm considering two possibilities. 1. I went to the shrine but didn't acquire the IBN 5100. It's still at the shrine. 2. Before I went to the shrine, someone moved the IBN 5100 somewhere else. Looks like I'll have to go to the shrine after all. So what about the retro PC, Nya? Nothing. Ferris was a retro PC maniac, wasn't she? Let's just make sure. Do you have any other information on the IBN 5100? It's a super rare PC. As a Charisma build maid, I expect you have a strong network in Akiba, correct? I'd like you to use that network and search for any IBN 5100s in Akiba now. We only need to find one. It doesn't matter if it's the one I found at the shrine. Yeah. I can look, but for a price, Nya. A price? Is she trying to strike a deal? That's unexpected. Let's hear it. I want you to come over to Ferris's apartment, Nya. Where is this apartment of yours? I quickly prepare a memo pad and write down the address Ferris recites. Oh, so you live in Akiba. That'll make things quick. Judging by the address, it should be right next to the station. I'll be waiting, Nya. I return Mayuri's phone and stand up from the couch. Let's stop by Yanabayashi Shrine and then head to Ferris's place. Well? I look over my shoulder with a frown. Why are you guys tagging along? Mayuri and Daru are following me, even though I didn't ask them to come. Kurisu stayed back at the lab. Mayushi's never been to Ferris-chan's place. I thought I'd like to visit once. I mean, it's Ferris-chan's home. No way I'm missing this. It might be a bad idea to take the Ferris stalker along. A really bad idea. Well, whatever. If Ferris has a problem with it, then we can send him away when we get there. Nothing else matters as long as I get Ferris to search for an IBN 5100. Of course, if the IBN 5100's at Yanabayashi Shrine, then that won't even be necessary. I stop by the shrine, but Lukako's not there. I guess he was out when he answered the phone earlier. I've got no other choice, so I go to the humble shrine office and press the intercom button. Luka's dad comes out. When I try asking him if the IBN 5100 was donated to the shrine, he answers, it certainly was. But after he tries looking for it, he says he can't find it anywhere and he has no idea where it went. I ask if he lent me the IBN 5100 before, but that event is gone from his memory. What's going on here? While heading towards Ferris's place, I analyze the situation. The IBN 5100 has disappeared from the lab even though it was there just a few days ago. It has also disappeared from Yanabayashi Shrine. It's like some god is messing with me, moving it every time I get close. The D-mails definitely have something to do with this. I can only begin to imagine how the past has changed. At any rate, it looks like we'll have to rely on Ferris. The usual weekend crowd packs the front of Akiba Station. Girls dressed in maid outfits and school uniforms diligently distribute flyers to the passersby. I appreciate their efforts in this god-awful heat. After a few melanin-boosting moments walking in the sun, I come to a sudden stop. What's wrong? I've caught sight of a woman squatting on the side of the road, hugging her knees and typing on her phone. That's got to be Lab Mem number 5, Kiryu Moeka. Wait, is she still a Lab Mem? Mayuri and Daru don't remember her. Well, whatever. What luck! There's something I need to ask her. I run up to Moeka. Oh, I've unlocked 25% of the CGs. That's pretty cool. Hey, Shining Finger! I try getting her attention, but she's stuck in her own little world. IBN. Or, oh, that's her. IBN. 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 Gone, gone, gone. Why is it gone? Why can't I find it? Is it really in this town? Don't tell me it's already... Are you listening, Shining Finger? It should be. Should be here. Has to be. FB said so. No reaction. Kiryu Moeka. Moeka stops muttering. She finally looks up. Actually, she just looks at my feet. Okabe-kun? Did you take the IBN 5100 from the lab? Mayuri and Daru look askance at me, but I ignore them. I don't want to believe that it was you. You are a fellow lab mem after all, but you did display an unhealthy attachment to that computer. So was it you? You found an IBN 5100? I found one, but it's gone missing. Missing. Don't worry, I won't report you to the police, as long as you return it, that is. The normally expressionless Moeka frowns in bewilderment. You don't remember, do you? Moeka shakes her head faintly. Then she looks down and begins operating her phone at high speed. You're not making any sense. Please explain. Did you really find an IBN 5100? Where? Moeka. She really doesn't know? If the IBN 5100 had been stolen from the lab, then Moeka would be my first suspect. But the IBN 5100 disappeared from Yanabayashi Shrine, not the lab. It can't have been Moeka's doing. Okay. Theory. When we sent the D-mail to have it so that Moeka would not get the new phone and stick with her old phone, I think we changed enough of the past where she doesn't become a lab member yet in this world line. And also, she has had none of those interactions with Rintaro or Okabe or whatever the fuck you want to call him in order to find the IBN 5100 in the first place. Therefore, because those interactions haven't occurred, she didn't become a lab member. In this particular world line, anyway. But that doesn't explain why the IBN 5100 is missing from Yanabayashi Shrine. But the thing is that the only reason it was at Yanabayashi Shrine, in a place that it could be found, was because when the shrine guy was holding on to it, he was specifically told to give it to whoever, like, asked for it at the time. So, I don't know. There's... timey-wimey shit, man. So it was the D-mail? Or perhaps it was the work of CERN? I'm sorry, Finger. I squat in front of Moeka and bow my head. I suspected you. A lab mem. A comrade. I'm the worst sort of man. Hit me, please. I don't mind. But there's one thing I want you to know. In my long years running from the organization, I've grown unable to trust anyone. Why? Why did I have to be born with these gifts that others so covet? Once I start to suspect, everyone looks suspicious. No matter how many comrades gather around me, I always feel alone. Pitiful, aren't I? Just tell me about the IBN 5100. Moeka. Did you just ignore my entire speech? Hey, Okarin, yeah. Hey, Okarin, you're doing improv in the middle of the street. Has the heat gone to your head? So Moeka doesn't know I had an IBN 5100. And judging by her responses, she hasn't found one either. I feel like I'm getting farther and farther away from my goal. I've been thinking... Moeka-san sure is pretty, isn't she? She's got a nice figure and she's tall, too. She'd look great in one of my costumes. What? For a second, I doubt my ears. I approach Mayuri. You've met Moeka before? Sure I have. When? I grab Mayuri by the shoulders and shake her. Her head bounces back and forth. When you brought her to the lab. I did? Daru, do you remember her? Sure, we met at the lab. After Moeka sent her D-mail, Mayuri, Daru, and Kurisu behaved as if they had never met her before. But now both Mayuri and Daru know her? Does that mean Moeka's past was reconstructed again? Given the timing, it has to be Lukako's D-mail that did it. But all he did was tell his mother to eat a lot of vegetables. How can that be related to the lab mem's knowledge of Moeka? Is this another example of the butterfly effect? The cause doesn't match the effect at all. Oh, Corinne, we need to get going. Ferris-chan's waiting, remember? That's true. Let's think about the Moeka issue later. Right now, we should look for the address written on the memo pad. By the way, Mayuri, what's Ferris's real name? Whoa, Okarin, hold on there. Ferris-tan's name is Ferris Nyan. She doesn't have any other names. Face reality, Daru. Ferris Nyan is just her professional name. Whoa, you're the worst. Why do you have to crush my dreams like that, man? Quit grumbling. You just can't handle the truth. Well, Mayuri, do you know? Is it okay for Mayushi to tell you? It's not like you took a vow of secrecy, right? And besides, we're visiting her home, so we'll find out soon enough. Oh, I guess you're right. But just promise me you'll keep it secret, okay? Like from the masters who come to May Queen. I nod. Okay, Ferris-chan's real name is Akiha Rumiho-chan. Nya, not listening! Daru covers his ears and drowns the sound out. Akiha. The same characters as in Akihabara. Appropriate. I need to save. Save. Our destination turns out to be the high-rise apartment building next to UPX. Wow, awesome. Wait, seriously? She lives here? We stand there for a while, staring wide-eyed at the towering building before us. According to the address Ferris gave me, she lives on the top floor. All the way up there. Did we get the wrong address? No, I wouldn't make such a stupid mistake. Don't tell me Ferris is working for the organization. Ugh, I need to change my position. Okay. Excuse me. I quickly scan the area. No suspicious figures in sight. Does she have men in black waiting to haul us off to a re-education camp? Nice delusion, man. The truth is stranger than fiction. Besides, don't you think it would be super moe if Ferris-tan turned out to be a rich girl character? Nice delusion yourself, man. Anyway, let's go in. When we call the top... what, huh? Oh, I can read. When we call the top floor room via intercom, we're greeted by the voice of an elderly man. He lets us in immediately once I introduce myself as Ho and Kyoma. It feels like we're walking into a trap, but I can't turn back now. When we get off the elevator, the elderly man from the intercom is there to lead us inside. He turns out to be a silver-haired gentleman in a tuxedo. A real-life butler. He does indeed look like a stereotypical butler. He fits the bill so well you wouldn't think he was anything else. Mistress, Mr. Ho and Kyoma and friends have arrived. The butler leads us into a room. Ferris is standing before a large window with a panoramic view of Akiba. Thanks, Kurokinya! I've never seen her wearing anything other than the usual maid uniforms, so it's refreshing to see her in her plain clothes. But why does she still have her cat ears on? I want to ask. I can't help but wonder. But I restrain myself. Even if I did ask, Ferris would just say something like, I was born with these, nya. Nya nya? Mayushi and Daru nyan came too, nyan? Ferris's eyes twinkle when she sees Mayuri and Daru behind me. Ferris-chan, good afternoon, nyan. Casual Ferris-chan. Too cute. I silenced the mouth-breathing Daru by introducing his ribs to my elbow. They followed me. If you don't want them here, I will send them home. No fur off my back, nya. Everyone's welcome, nyan. Wait, you talk like that even in your own home? What do you mean, nya? Gonna play dumb, Akiha Rumiho? Ferris is Ferris, nya. Whatever. Fine, what I really want to know is how you get to live in a luxury apartment in Akiba's best district. I look around the room again. The interior design and furnishings give a very refined impression. It's elegant without being ostentatious. Actually, it's kind of like a model home. There's nothing to suggest that this room is lived in. No dirty clothes, no used dishware, not even a speck of dust. That butler, or maybe even some real maids, if there's a butler, there have to be maids, right? Must be constantly cleaning up. Speaking of the butler, he's disappeared. I didn't even notice him leave. He's clearly a master butler if he can move so quietly. Ferris? Just who are you? Like I said, Ferris is Ferris, nyan. Ferris says it so nonchalantly. Don't play dumb. If you don't explain yourself, I'm leaving. How arrogant. We're the ones who came here to ask Ferris-tan for a favor, aren't we? Yeah, well if you must know. This land originally belonged to my family, nya. Huh? What did she just say? This land originally belonged to her family? Oh, so that's why you're Akiha-san. Mayuri's exclamation connects the dots in my head. Akiha? You mean you're descended from the hereditary landowners of Akihabara? Ferris nods with a proud expression. So she really is a rich girl character. By the way, Ferris has considerable influence on Akihabara's development, nyan. Ferris wriggles her slender waist and makes a gesture like a cat washing its face. It was Ferris who convinced the development board to actively promote moe culture in Akiba, nya. Wow, that's amazing. I've been going to development meetings since I was little, nya. So basically, the chaotic changes in Akiba are all a result of this cat girl's whims? What a monster. But please keep all this a secret, nyan. Ferris's expression suddenly darkens. Why? You wanna know, nya? Ferris approaches me with a bewitching expression. That's because... Ferris gently strokes my cheek with her cool, slender fingers. I feel myself falling under her spell. And then... she grins. Ferris is Ferris, nya! Damn you, cat girl! How dare you make a fool of me! I want all my fans to keep treating me the same as always, nyan. Daru starts fist-pumping when he sees Ferris's cutesy act. I'll treat you at full force! Mayushi's your fan too. Your maid spirit is really amazing. Mayuri and Daru might have fallen for her charms, but not I. I don't care about any of this. I thrust my finger at Ferris. Do not defy me, Ferris Nyan Nyan, or I'll paint your expensive wallpaper with blood. You called me to your home so you could show off your status and try to gain leverage in our negotiations, but it's futile. For you are dealing with the insane mad scientist, Hoenn Kyoma. What kind of reason is that? Ha! Perfect. Now Ferris will tremble in fear and beg for my forgiveness. Or so I thought, but instead she looks at me with gleaming eyes. Nyan, Ferris loves forceful men, Nyan. What did she say? That's my line. I wanted to threaten her, not seduce her. Is Ferris a masochist? Honestly, Ferris didn't want to talk so much about herself, Nya. Most people, when they learn who I am, stop seeing me as Ferris, Nya. They only see the Akiha name. Ferris and Akiha Rumiho want to be seen as separate persons, Nya. There's nothing to separate. You are Ferris Nyan Nyan, are you not? Yeah? For once I agree with you, Okarin. Whenever she speaks Nyan Nyanian and wears her cat ears, she is Ferris Tan. You're just being overly self-conscious, Ferris. I don't know, Nya. I'm serious. To me, you will always be the unbeatable cat-eared maid. Nya, haha. Thanks, Kyoma. Why is she thanking me? Well, she's probably admiring my incredible magnanimity. Mwahaha. Now then, let's finish this idle gossip and get down to business. Ferris, you said there would be a price to pay in exchange for your help acquiring an IBN 5100. What is your price? Do not test the limits of my goodwill. If I unseal my right arm for even an instant, everything will be destroyed and nothing will remain, just so you know. Fine by me, Nya. Ferris points at the cat ears sticking out of her head. These cat ears have the power to negate all other powers. Nyan Nyan clear. When Kyoma's power is unleashed, Ferris will stop it, Nya. I shouldn't have mentioned my hand to Ferris. Ferris's most terrifying power is one known as Dubbing 10. It allows her to steal other people's stories and add them to her own. I'm the one who named it, of course. The number 10 doesn't really mean anything. Okay. I will be right back. Mother Nature calls. Okay, there we go. Well, I guess I'll tell you, nya. My price... Ferris chuckles, but I notice something. Her eyes aren't smiling. Is to let me use your time machine, nya. Yes, I had a feeling that was it. I heard what you said at May Queen yesterday. You've built a time machine. Indeed, we have created the first successful time machine in human history. CERN was the first. But don't misunderstand. We call it a time machine, but it's not the kind you can hop into and fly to whenever you want. All we can do is send a 36-byte email to someone's phone in the past. But even that is worthy of a Nobel Prize in physics. It is a transcendental super invention that will alter the course of human history forever. It can send an email to someone in the past? That's awesome! Ferris wants to use it, nya. Ferris jumps up and down with joy. The time machine is our lab's greatest secret. If you want to use it, then you must become a lab mem. A lab mem? What's that, nya? Well, it means you get to be a part of our club. Mayushi would be super happy if Ferris-chan became a lab mem. Same here. That would be alright. Please join. I'm begging here. How do I become a lab mem, nya? There's no contract. We only require that you perform the blood oath. The blood oath? The window is closed, but a gust of wind blows through the room. It's coming from the air conditioner. But outside the window, I see rain clouds cover the sky. I hear the rumbling of thunder inside my brain. Ferris Nyan, if thou dost desire to join the hallowed order of lab mems, then by the code passed down in high ancient form... Passed down in high ancient from an age long forgotten. Pledge thy flesh, thy bone, thy blood, and thy soul to the grail of heaven, and swear fealty everlasting. This duty fulfilled, the old gods shall grant thee thy lab mem number. I didn't understand a word of that. Oh no, what do I do? Mayushi never ate any blood loaf. Does that mean Mayushi's not a lab mem? Don't worry, Mayushi. This is just Okurin's usual nonsense. Oh, I guess everything's fine then. Thank goodness. Very well, nya. I shall take the blood oath, nya. With a grim expression, Ferris grabs the small knife on top of her desk and suddenly slashes it against her wrist. No! Isn't that a paper knife? Nyahaha! Darunyan's right, nya! Good, she surprised me. I clear my throat and pull myself together. Very well, Ferris. I invest you as lab mem number 7. Perfect. Now can I use the time machine, nya? Indeed, but not a word to anyone. Death to traitors. That's the law of the lab. It is? No, Okurin made it up just now. Thanks, Kyoma. Ferris hugs me by the neck. A very sweet aroma tickles my nose, and something very soft tickles my... Okurin, you jerk! I helped make the phone wave too. Really, nya? Then Daru Nyan too? Ferris flies over to Daru. I'm glad she's so happy, Okurin. Mayuri, you really are innocent. Huh? I take out my phone and put it to my ear. It's me. Yeah, I've got her wrapped around my finger. What did you expect? She's just a 17-year-old girl. That cat girl thinks she's bargained with me to appease her lust for mankind's dream, the forbidden fruit that is the time machine. But she's dancing to the tune of Hoenn Kyoma. Why did I agree to pay her price, you ask? That should be obvious. Then I twist my lips into a grin. My razor-sharp shark teeth are probably glistening right now. Damn, I wish I had shark teeth. That cat girl shall be our guinea pig. I'm a monster? What a terrible thing to say. Not that you're wrong exactly. Our D-mail experiments have reached a standstill. Kurisu refuses to become a subject, and Mayuri and Daru are too dumb to be useful. We managed to experiment on Moeka and Lukako, but we still need more data. Along comes Ferris. She's going to provide me with both an IBN 5100 and new data. 2 birds with 1 stone. Right, Ferris thinks she's using us. But it is we who are using her. She is but a moth drawn to my brilliant flame. As planned, we are proceeding to the next phase of the experiment. This is the choice of Steins Gate, Alcai Congru. Someone taps me on the shoulder after I put away my phone. Right after that, they blow into my ear. Blech! Who are you talking to, Nya? Ferris is behind me. She must have finished servicing Daru while I was still on the phone. No doubt she heard everything. It's too late, Ferris Nyan Yan. You've already taken the blood oath. If you break it, ruin will befall you. There is no escape. Okay, Nya. So where's the time machine, Nya? She's certainly in a hurry. The time machine, its name is the phone wave, name subject to change, by the way, is in our lab. This time, we'll make use of the phone wave name subject to change's original function and send the D-mail by remote control. Kurisu should still be in the lab. I'll leave the setup to her. I ask Ferris where she wants the D-mail to go. She says she's sending it to her father 10 years ago. I take down his email address. The destination is April 3rd, 2000. It has to be at 8 a.m. that day, so we use an online calculator to factor in leap years, resulting in 86168 hours. So does that mean it has to keep going for 86,000 seconds? Won't Phone Wave-chan get tired? It doesn't actually have to run the entire duration. Our previous experiments have confirmed that. The mail reaches the past if you send it as soon as the discharge begins. In accordance with the butterfly effect, the remaining seconds should be cancelled out. The experiment never happened. The fact that the D-mail was sent is erased, leaving behind only the mail in the recipient's phone. At least that's what our experiments have shown so far. Now let's call Kurisu. Hello? It's me. What's the situation? She hung up on me! Of course she did. Mayushi and I are the only ones who can deal with your act, you know. Again! Hello? It's Hoenn Kyoma. Don't hang up. Oh, it's Okabe. I was sure it was a prank call. It shows you my number, doesn't it? You were talking crazy, so I got scared and hung up. In other words, you fear the insanity of Hoenn Kyoma. Well, I suppose you can't be blamed for... She hung up! Again! Like I said, we're the only ones who can put up with you. I quickly redial. Hello. This is Okabe Rintaro. Sorry, but could you mess with the phone wave name subject to change's settings a little, please? Well, why didn't you say so? You're going to use the phone wave? I don't want to anger the guys downstairs, though. We're about to perform a critical experiment. Understand, assistant? Mr. Braun might yell at you, but that small sacrifice will bring mankind's dream, the time machine, to fruition. You're really irresponsible, you know that? Well, what should I set it to? I tell her Ferris's dad's mail address, and I have her set the timer. Okay, it's ready. Alright, thanks. Wait a bit. I turn to Ferris. Finished writing what you want to send? I already told her the phone wave name subject to change's email address. Ferris nods. What did you write? You sure it's something that'll change the past? Well... What happened to her usual confidence? It's embarrassing, Nya. A trade secret, Nyan. A secret? Nonsense. This is science. Unless we know what you're sending, we can't verify the results. What's that supposed to mean? No one said anything about science, Nya. I'm using the time machine for myself, not science, Nya. That's not fair. You're one to talk. Daru, you horny fool, are you siding with Ferris? And you called yourself a super hacker? Ferris covers her phone with her body. Looks like she plans on hiding it to the bitter end. Should we halt the experiment? Hey, Okabe, how long are you gonna make me wait? An impatient Kurisu nags me through the phone. Don't rush me, damn it. Okarin, it's probably something private, so I don't think you should pry. What? Even Mayuri's on Ferris's side? She was like this with Moeka, too. Nah, this is bad. I thought I had Ferris in the palm of my hand. Was I dancing to her tune all along? Okabe, if you're not gonna send anything, I'm hanging up. Wait! Fine. Activate the phone wave name subject to change. Damn it, I submitted to the cat girl. The discharge is starting. I nod to Ferris after getting Karisu's report. Ferris puts her finger on the send button and... click! Yeah. Well, this is really risky business. As the dizziness fades, I exhale slowly and open my eyes. All right, world, show me your new form. Man, I wish I knew what kind of mail Ferris sent. First things first, I'm still in her room. When I look out the window, the Akiba sprawl greets me. I scan the room. Okay, card open. Oh no, another virus card. Not so fast, Nyan. Aw, you took 3 link cards, right? And I got 3 virus cards, right? Mayushi's in trouble. What are they doing? The 3 of them are sitting around a table playing some kind of game. We still have a terminal card. We can turn the tables next turn. Yeah, haha, it's way too late for that, nya. Ferris is going to use the terminal card virus checker, nya. So, which is Mayushi's last virus card, nya? Oh no. You're a monster, Ferris-chan. Hey, could you wait 2 or 3 turns, nya? Please, nya? Yeah, haha, not even if you try to copycat Ferris, nyan. No way. Mayuri puts her fingers to both her eyes as if to mime tears. Anyway, it looks like they're playing Rhinet Access Battlers. It happened again. Reading Steiner. I am the only person in the world who keeps his memories after the past changes. Ferris's D-mail worked. That's why the 3 of them are now playing a card game instead of waiting for Ferris to press the button. Ferris never even sent the D-mail. If I look at her phone, there won't be any record of it in her sent history. And even if I demand that she tell me what she sent, she won't be able to answer, because the very fact that she sent it has been erased. The only trace of the D-mail is in the recipient's phone, namely Ferris's father's phone 10 years ago. But that 10-year-old mail data was most likely erased long ago, so I don't think we can check. I have to figure out what changed the hard way. Let's start looking for differences. Phew! Ferris-chan is really strong. Mayushi started out strong, nya. You have potential, nyan. But don't think I'll go easy on you just because we're playing for fun, nyan. Besides, I promised Papa that I'd win the next tournament, nya. I can't lose to anyone before then, nyan. Papa? Ferris nods happily. Papa said that if Ferris won, he'd take time off work to congratulate me, nyan. I want to congratulate you too. Are you free that night? Papa and I are having dinner that night, nya. Oh. You know, we should all go cheer at the finals. Thanks, nya. Isn't your final opponent the Viral Attackers duo? No one had heard of them until they defeated Ferris-tan's rivals, Yona. Ferris-tan's duels with Yona were all god tier, so I was looking forward to it. I haven't seen any other Rhinetter matches, but are the Viral Attackers really that ferocious? Well, they're not a threat to Ferris-tan. Ferris-tan is the strongest. Ferris-tan is a goddess. Nyan, stop it, nya. You're embarrassing me, nya. As I listen to their conversation, I feel a strange churning in my gut. Something's not right here. A voice whispers from deep within, deeper than reason. I play the conversation back in my head and soon realize the source of my discomfort. The Ferris I knew had never been to an official Rhinet tournament, and yet now she's about to compete in the tournament finals, which means she's been going to tournaments for a while. Is this the change that Ferris wanted to make? Considering the recipient was her father, maybe he was strict and wouldn't let her go to tournaments. But is that a reason to change the past? Ferris is only 17 years old. It's not too late for her to start participating in tournaments. If there were an age limit to Rhinet tournaments, that would be one thing. I guess it was just that important to her? At that moment, someone knocks on the door. The door opens halfway and a middle-aged man appears. It's not the butler. Excuse me, Rumiho. Do you have a minute? Papa! Ferris quickly gets up and leaves the room. Whoa, Ferris-tan's dad. Shouldn't we say hello? He's a CEO, right? Wow. Ferris soon returns. Then she turns to us and puts her hands together in a gesture of apology. Sorry, Nya. Ferris has to go out with Papa, Nya. Okay, I guess we'll see you later then. But Ferris-tan, what about my match? You promised to give me a hands-on lesson. You know, really work me over. Pretty sure I didn't, Nya. Of course you didn't. I was just making it up. Daru-kun, you shouldn't trouble Ferris-chan like that. Come on, Okarin. Let's go back to the lab. Yeah. You know, Kyoma's been awfully quiet, Nya. Something wrong, Nyan? Nothing. I was just looking at Akiba, watching the ignorant masses scurry about in search of momentary surcease from the pain of existence. That's Okarin for you. Batshit crazy. Ferris, her dad, and their butler see us off. Her dad tells us to come visit again. Ferris's dad seems like a cool guy. He's not pompous like you expect rich people to be. The sun is setting, but there's still a crowd in front of Akiba Station. More foreigners than usual. People come from all over the world to buy electronics and otaku goods in Akiba, but it looks like the satellite is attracting some as well. Man, it's hot. Less than a minute outside and I'm already drenched in sweat. Ferris's air-conditioned apartment was a little slice of heaven. I'd love air conditioning in the lab, but we don't have that kind of money. Anyway, how about some food? I turn around to ask Daru and Mayushi what they think. Mayuri's not there. Huh? Where'd Mayuri go? Huh? You're right, she's gone. Did Stardust Handshake activate again? I scan the area. There she is, walking casually towards the station. She's already about 50 meters away. I chase after her. Mayuri, where are you going? Okarin, Mayushi was thinking about stopping by Nakano Broadway before going home. If you're going home, then why didn't you say so? Sorry, all I could think about was going to Nakano. Mayushi's like some kind of ninja. Never noticed she was gone. Mayuri does this a lot. She just wanders off without saying anything. And just like Daru said, you never notice she's gone. So when you turn around to look for her, it's like she vanished into thin air. Stardust Handshake and Sneaking Fade. Why did her powers have to be so annoying? What business do you have in Nakano anyway? Well, a Sorrow Sword Doshinshi came out yesterday. Porn? No, but the illustrator is Koga Yui-san. Mayushi thinks it's finally time to get serious about costumes again. Koga Yui? She was the character designer for last year's Gunbam. Fictional, formerly known as Mobile Jacket Gunbam. Okay, so it is Mobile Suit Gundam. A seminal work of robot anime. The first series aired in the late 1970s, and there have been many sequels and spin-offs since. Yep. Buy me one too. Okie dokie. What are you guys talking about? If you want Doshinshi, why not go to Toranoana? It's right over there. Daru and Mayuri stare at me blankly. There where? You know, there, right over... I follow my pointing finger. Toranoana isn't there. What? I rub my eyes and blink several times. It doesn't help. Maybe I'm looking in the wrong place. I check up and down the street, but no, it's nowhere to be found. And what's more, I can't find Animate either. It's supposed to be right next to Toranoana. Instead, I see electronic stores. Daishi Kaden and T21 Minami. Never seen them before in my life. Wait, I remember Mr. Braun saying that Akiba used to have a lot more electronics shops. Many of them closed. I think Daiichi Kaden and T21 Minami were among them. Where the hell did Toranoana and Animate go? Have you lost it, man? Huh? There aren't any Toranoanas or Animates in Akiba. That's why Mayushi's going to Nakano to buy Doshinshi. What do you mean there aren't any? They were there yesterday, weren't they? What about earlier today? I wasn't really paying attention on the way to Ferris's apartment, but I'm pretty sure they were still there. There's no moe stores in Akiba, man. You know that. The holy land of moe is Nakano. But Akiba is the holy land of moe. The whole world knows that. Has the heat finally gone to your head, Okarin? Akiba is the electric town. If you opened a moe store here, the electronics otaku would riot. This feeling again. Dissonance. My memories don't match reality. The past has changed. Part of me knows what has happened. But I still can't help but ask. What about Mandarake? Nope. Akiba-o? Of course there's an Akiba-o. I mean Akiba Okoku, where they sell doshinshi. The hell's that? They sell doshinshi at Akiba-o? Of course not, that would be crazy. Gamers? Ramutara? They shake their heads. Melon books? Asobit City? They look confused. So basically, I swallow hard. I finally understand. It's hard to believe, but I must face the truth. Chaos has forsaken this place. Every last store that sold anime, eroge, or moe goods has disappeared from Akiba. In a final desperate attempt to deny reality, I run to May Queen plus Neon Squared, the maid cafe where Mayuri and Ferris work, and which Daru and I frequent. But upon arriving at the storefront, I am forced to my knees in abject defeat. It's gone. It's all gone. It's not just the moe stores, even the maid cafes have disappeared. Mayuri, you work at May Queen, don't you? May Queen? What's that? A potato? May Queen plus Neon Squared. I asked Daru too, but no reaction. Mayushi works at Lemoine, remember? Lemoine? Is that a maid cafe? It's just a normal coffee shop. Is there even a single maid cafe in Akiba? Nah, man, the people here hate moe businesses. Nobody would go. It's clear now. This has to be the result of Ferris's D-mail. The butterfly effect is at it again. Ferris said she had influence over Akiba's development board. They adopted her plan and embraced the moe industry. But by sending a D-mail to 2000, the world line has shifted to one where that never happened. Akiba is still electronics all the way. To think that a single mail could rewrite 10 years of a town's history. Is it okay to change history on a whim like this? I almost feel guilty about it, but since I'm the only one who remembers the original Akiba, nobody can blame me. And it's not like I can change it back. But still, what in the world did Ferris's D-mail say? I would also like to know that. The next morning, I go for a stroll through the streets of Akiba. What I discover is that although the chaotic energy familiar to me has receded, Akiba is still Akiba at its core. The few electronic stores that I used to frequent are still here. In fact, they've multiplied. You can still hear their loud theme songs and the cries of salesmen all the way from the sidewalk. Electronics otaku and PC maniacs walk the streets with unkempt hair, wrinkled clothes, and eyes burning with intense purpose. There are even cheerful foreigners taking in the sights. The maids and young female otaku have disappeared, but the hobbyist essence of the town is unchanged. I admit it's a relief. Yesterday I heard from Mayuri how we met Ferris on this world line. I was wondering, since May Queen no longer exists. It was at a small Rainet tournament at a toy store in Ikebukuro. We went to cheer on Daru, but he dropped out because of a stomachache, so Mayuri and I ended up taking his place. Our opponent was Ferris. We got crushed, needless to say, but Mayuri says that Ferris was very gracious and gave us advice on how to play. That was the beginning of their beautiful friendship. Our past has changed considerably, yet we still ended up with the same close relationship we had on the last world line. Fascinating. Maybe Lady Luck is looking out for us. I've got mail. We're watching you. What the fuck? Who is watching us and sends us jelly, gelatin, jello, What the fuck? What the actual fuck, bro? What the hell? Is this a prank? Spam? Why red gelatin? Who's watching me? What's going on here? I spin around, searching the crowd. A few passers-by look at me strangely. I don't care. Something is wrong. Goosebumps break out over my body. Is it the organization? CERN? If so, then this mail is a threat. My pulse skyrockets. Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. What do I do? Do I tell someone? Who? I can't involve anyone. It's a prank. It has to be. Ignore it. But what if it's serious? Are the men in black coming? I'm dead. They'll erase me. Erase us. Should I call the police? No, not enough evidence. What do I do? What do I do? What the hell do I... Thoughts spin inside my head. Every pedestrian looks like an enemy. I flee from the crowd. After I manage to calm myself down, I head back to the lab. For now, I'll write that mail off as a prank. It's still early. Well, I guess it's actually noon, but Mayuri, Kurisu, and Lukako are already at the lab when I return. I greet them, trying to keep the anxiety out of my voice. It's Sunday, Obon weekend. What are you doing here, lab girls? Pardon the intrusion, Okabe-san. Good morning, Okarin. The two cute high school girls wave to me in greeting. By the way, one of these girls is actually a boy. In any case, the sight warms my heart, or would, if not for a certain assistant who just gives me a bored look before going back to reading. What are you doing? Mayuri and Lukako are sitting next to each other on the sofa, reading a book together. Obon. A Japanese holiday during which people return to their hometown to see parents and relatives. This includes paying respect to family members who have passed away by visiting and cleaning their graves. Oh, okay, so I've heard of that. It looks like a cosplay photo album. Yesterday I went to Nakano to buy doshinshi, remember? While I was there, I found a photo album of a super cute cosplayer. So I splurged on it. Look, Luka-chan, this is a costume of Sedona from Blood Tune. It's so detailed and cute. Fictional, a popular TV anime based on a manga. 26 episodes were broadcast last year. The main heroine, Sierra Orgel, is especially popular among anime otaku. It is. I see, she's showing it to Lukako as part of his re-education. To think that he was so reluctant to get involved in cosplay, looks like Mayuri's persistence has paid off. Actually, judging by his obvious interest in the photo album, maybe he was always interested in cosplay, just too shy to cosplay himself. Take a look, Chris-chan, it's amazing! I'm okay. Looks like Kurisu's not interested in the photo album. She just gives a cold, Instead, she's reading a difficult-looking English book. Damn it, this is no time to be showing off your intelligence. You're going to make Mayuri cry if you talk to her like that. Or so I thought, but Mayuri doesn't seem to mind, so I stay out of it. Wow, look at these swimsuits! So much skin! She's got a great figure, like a gravure doll. Must be nice. Nice? The swimsuits? I don't have that great a figure. Don't worry, Luka-chan. I'm sure you'll make our big friends breathe hard. Hey now, Mayuri, what are you saying? It's like you're referring to Daru with that remark. And, plenty of people like flat chests, so even if you don't have breasts, you should still have confidence in yourself. She's referring to Luka as Chan, instead of Kun. So does that mean that Luka is no longer a boy? Kurisu starts choking on her coffee. I know how she feels. I almost did a spit take with my soda. Mayuri's breasts are huge for her height, so her advice lacks a certain element of persuasion. I know. Once Komima's over, let's all go on a trip to the beach. Mayushi's been making costumes all summer. I haven't had time to play at all. What do you think, guys? A Lab Mem beach trip. All of the Lab Mems? I can't go. I have to go back to America soon, and I haven't even started packing yet. Yes, I can see you're in a rush. I bet you don't even have time to lounge around and read. Kurisu snaps her book shut and glares at me. Fine, I'll be blunt. There's no way I'm swimming with two perverts like you. If it's just the girl members, I'll happily go. Be honest, Christina. You just don't want me to see the Mongolian spot on your butt. I don't have a Mongolian spot. A bluish birthmark commonly found on Asian children usually disappears by the age of 5. Okay. Never knew of that. Anyway, if it's just the girl members, then doesn't that rule out Lukako? What's that supposed to mean? Didn't we tell you earlier? Lukako is a bona fide guy. My declaration of the truth, freezes the air instantly. Huh? There's something off about their reaction. You're the worst. Where do you get off calling her a guy? Yeah, Okarin, that's a terrible thing to say. Even Mayuri condemns me. Lukako, meanwhile, turns pale and hangs his head so I can't see his face. Is he crying? Normally, he'd get depressed and say something about how embarrassed he'd be to wear a swimsuit, but he wouldn't start crying. Christina, I understand your desire to deny the truth. It's difficult to imagine that a guy could ever be so cute, but... Okabe! Kurisu's advances on me with a stern glare. If you want to give me stupid nicknames, that's fine. I mean, it's not, but... What you just said now is below the belt. I didn't take you for the kind of guy who thinks it's funny to hurt people's feelings, but I guess I was wrong. You're a real jerk, Okabe. Huh? What did I do to deserve this tongue lashing? Apologize. Apologize to Urushibara-san right now. Wait a second. I don't have to apologize for anything. I just said the truth. It's okay. Lukako gets up from the sofa. His head is still hanging and his voice is barely audible. So that's how Okabe-san sees me. No, that's not how I see you, Lukako. You're a guy, remember? Or are you denying reality too? You're the one denying reality. That's right. Luka-chan's a girl, Okarin. You're terrible. Mayuri, when did you start calling Lukako Luka-chan instead of Luka-kun? Cut it out already, Okabe. She's a girl. Mayuri nods in agreement. Huh? What's going on here? Is this some kind of prank? I'm going home. Lukako tries to slip by me out of the lab. I grab his hand to stop him from leaving. Hold it, Lukako. You can't fool me. You're as much of a man as I am, and I know how to prove it. Oh, God. That's not good. I pin Lukako's arms and reach for his package. Let's see what you're hiding down... Nothing. Oh? You... Oh? How? What? Why? I feel around some more? No, don't. Okabe-san, please stop. Nothing. Nada. It should be there. I mean, he's a guy. Isn't he? The past changed so much that he's not a guy anymore. This is one hell of a way to find out. An electric current runs through my brain. No way. Yes way. So that's what happened. Lukako, you... The D-mail that I thought had failed was actually a success. You're a girl? That's what we've been saying. A half-second later, Kurisu cracks me over the head with her heavy textbook. When my vision clears, Lukako is crying. Mayuri is rubbing her back comfortingly. Kurisu, meanwhile, is glaring down at me like I'm something she scraped off the bottom of her shoe. Daru, who arrived a moment ago, is in the corner, trying not to laugh. Honestly, I can't blame him. Righteous high school girl makes perverted college guy beg for forgiveness. If I had to put a title to this scene, that's what it would be. The top of my head is throbbing. Most likely because Kurisu wiped out 100 million of my precious neurons envied by scientists the world over. I put a moist towel to my head. I want to vivisect your skull and remove your brain for a good washing. Then I'll submerge it in culture fluid so you can never do anything like that again. Anyway, just be thankful I haven't reported you to the police. Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry. Man, that was dumb. I didn't think it would be gone. Lukiko has become a girl. Her face hasn't changed and she's flat as a board, but she's definitely a girl. There's no denying what my hand didn't feel. I guess that ridiculous superstition was true. If you eat vegetables, you'll have a girl. Does this count as a scientific breakthrough? Anyway, I'd better apologize to Lukiko. I hope she doesn't get PTSD because some pervert, me, groped her. I mean, she's a 17-year-old girl now, and she was shy to begin with. I'll need to be as gentle as humanly possible from now on. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if she never spoke to me again. I have no one but myself to blame. I'll just have to accept the consequences. Anyway, what in the hell made you think that Urushibara-san was a boy? As I already explained, we changed the past. Lukiko was a guy, but he wanted to be a girl, so we sent a D-mail to make his wish come true, and it worked. I knew the world line had changed. My magic eye, reading Steiner, saw the shift in time. But I chose to believe my mundane senses instead. I should have had more faith in my powers. I won't make that mistake again. Kurisu calmly readies her book above her head. Want some more? I'm telling the truth. You have to believe me. I can explain this phenomenon logically. When we sent the D-mail, we changed the past, and all of history changed as a result. My brain perceived that change. I leaped to my feet, overcome with excitement. Out of all mankind, I alone can perceive changes in causality. I am this world's observer. I look around, expecting to see awe on their faces. Sit down before I hit you again. I do as I'm told. Don't you understand? I'm the observer, the one who opens the box and holding Schrodinger's cat. Schrödinger? Schrodinger's cat again? The Japanese can't get enough of that cat. You're Japanese too. I've had enough Schrödinger, thanks. I do admit that kitties are cute though. Daru's absolutely right. Whenever an anime wants to use quantum mechanics, the characters always talk about Schrodinger's cat. Anyway, my magic eye has the power to perceive changes in the world line. This power is called reading Steiner, as I've explained. And I told you that that name was stupid, remember? It's English, like something from a kid's manga. Not to mention, it's a grammatical mess, and there's also the fact that it's half German, so no consistency there either. It's stupid. The same goes for that Steins Gate thing you're always talking about. Hehehe, looks like you've still got that Mongolian spot on your butt, eh, Christina? Names are all about feeling. My creativity, comparable to the great Da Vinci himself, cannot be held by the shackles of grammar. Wahaha! She hits me again. I'm seeing stars. Show a little remorse, huh? I'm sorry. Lukiko is still crying. As punishment, I spend the next 30 minutes on my knees under Kurisu's watchful eye. If I slouch for a second, I get the corner of her book. I'd accept being told to die pervert if it were coming from Lukiko, but why the hell is Kurisu butting in? I didn't do anything to her. Does she think she's one of those class president characters? Anyway, I flee the lab as soon as my punishment is over. The silent pressure from the girls is just too much to bear. I step into the sun and stretch. My legs are numb from the kneeling, so I can barely stand straight. And this is where I save. Because we have come to the end of the allotted time of our adventure. I was definitely not expecting that kind of plot twist, though. There's been a lot that's changed now. Nothing is the way that it was when we started. But I guess that's just how it is. Alright. Well, I've gotta go. But I will catch you next time. I just gotta figure out the schedule for next time, because I don't think I've got that figured out yet. But I'll have it posted when I do figure it out. Okay.